Hello students, welcome to IJCS and Fingertips. I am Aniket and today we are going to do a crisp revision of whole 9709 P1 which is AS level Maths 1. In this video, I am going to cover all the concepts of each and every chapter and we are going to solve questions related to those concepts. Now, my focus here is board exams. So, I'll not be going very in depth for the concepts, but I'll brush the concepts and we are focusing more on the questions rather than the concepts, right? So after this video, I'm sure that you'll be able to score A, or those who are lying at C or D will definitely be able to push your grade upwards, right? So let's start with the very first chapter. See, the first chapter is quadratics, right? So this is a bit of grade 10 algebra and beyond that. So the concept which are covered in this chapter, the first concept is completing the square. There is one more concept of maybe let's say the quadratic equation solving. And one more concept of, I think, curve and line intersection. These are the three major concepts for this topic, right? So let us go and understand each of the concepts in brief. The first concept is completing the square. So what do you mean by completing the square? Completing the square means, let's say I have an equation which is x square plus 6x plus 12. Now this equation can be expressed in this form, right? This is known as completing the square format. The reason this is important is this tells us few things, right? The first thing it can identify us is to find the vertex of the graph, or we can also do the stationary points of the graph, right? So how do you convert this into this format? There's a shortcut formula. Let's say I have a quadratic equation which is x square plus bx plus c, right? So the shortcut formula is x plus whatever the coefficient of x is, half of that, which is b by 2, minus b by 2 square plus c. Now what if, sir, if I have minus here, and what if I have minus here? Then no problem, then we will take minus here also and here also, but this won't change, because even though if it is minus, the square of a negative number is always going to be a positive number, so this won't change, right? So this won't change. Now in this question, let's say I have this one and I want to convert it into this format. So the formula says x, whatever the coefficient of x is, half of that, which is half of 6 is 3 whole square, minus square of 3 minus square of 3. Square of 3 is 9, and your c, which is plus 12. So you can brief this down to x plus 3 square plus 3. This is my completing the square format. Let's take one more example. Let's say our equation is 2x square plus 6x plus 9. Now, sir, you said that the equation should be in this form, meaning the coefficient of x square should be 1, but here the coefficient is 2. So what will I do now? What I'll do is I'll take 2 common. I'll ensure that the coefficient of x square remains 1. So if I take 2 common, you can take 2 common from these two terms, or you can take 2 common from the whole equation, right? Let's say I take 2 common from the first two terms. So now I have x square plus 3x plus 9. Now again I'll apply the concepts of completing the square, which is x half of b. Let's say, let me change the sign here. Let's say this is minus minus. So same way, this two terms are also going to be minus, right? So minus 3 by 2 whole square minus half of this is, sorry, square of b by 2, which is 9 by 4 minus or plus c, right? Now we can expand this. We can write this as 2 bracket 2x minus 3 by 2 square minus 9 by 4 minus 9, which can further be simplified to, let me write the simplified form here, which can further be simplified to 2x minus 3 whole square by 2 minus 9 by 2 minus 9. You can simplify this further to get your answer. Now see guys, this computing the square is very important because this is going to help you in the concepts of function, where they tell you identify the value for which the function is 1 to 1, or find the smallest value where this function exists, or the inverse of this function exists. This is where this concept is going to really help you out, right? So you should know how to convert any given quadratic equation in computing the square. Even this is also helpful when I tell you, let's say I have an equation which is x square plus 6x plus 8. Now I'm telling you to find inverse of this. Now its inverse is not possible without computing the square, right? But we will go down to that part when we explore the functions chapter, right? So there is this concept which is important, computing the square. Now guys, the second concept which is generally asked is the intersection of curve and line, right? So let's say there's a curve here and there's a line. Now there are three possibilities of a curve and a line. The first possibility is that the curve and a line intersect at one point. The curve and the line intersect at one point. Intersect at one point. Now what do you mean by intersection at one point? This can also mean that the line is tangent to the curve. These are the words which you are supposed to identify. If they say that the line is tangent to the curve, it means it should strike in my mind that the line and the curve is intersecting at one point. Now what is the importance of this? If the line and the curve is intersecting at one point, it means in my quadratic equation solver, which is this formula, plus minus b square minus 4ac upon 2a, where my b square minus 4ac is my discriminant. What does discriminant do, guys? It helps us to identify the types of root, whether the root is positive, negative, real number, or an imaginary number. So if it is intersecting at one point, it means my b square minus 4ac will be equals to 0. It means the line and the curve has only one point of intersection. It means there is only one root present, right? Now there is one more condition. The second condition could be the line is, let's say, a line is intersecting the curve. Line is intersecting the curve. Guys, here you can see it is intersecting at 2 points. Thus here b square minus 4ac will be greater than 0. It means it will have two different roots. B square minus 4ac greater than 0, it will have two roots, right? Okay, so now these are the 2 points. There is one more point. Again, let's say there's a line, right? And sorry, this is the curve, and let's say this is my line. So as you can see, the curve and line are not intersecting. So not intersecting. It means here b square minus 4ac is less than 0. It means the curve has, guys, no real roots. This is a keyword which you are supposed to identify. If they say a curve and line is intersecting, find the value of k where there are no real roots possible. It means they're talking about b square minus 4ac less than 0. If they say there is one real root, it means b square minus 4ac equals to 0. If they say two real roots, it means b square minus 4ac greater than 0. They could also say that curve and line are intersecting, right? See what word they have mentioned. They are mentioning the word that they are intersecting. Now guys, they are not saying whether it is intersecting at 1 point or 2 points. They are just saying that the curve and line are intersecting. So for this point, we are going to use the condition b square minus 4ac greater than or equals to 0. b square minus 4ac greater than or equals to 0, which means we are not sure it can be whether it is intersecting at 1 point or 2 points. But yes, it is greater than or equals to 0. These are the two conditions, sorry, the three conditions which you are supposed to remember, right? Now, after doing all of this, let's try to solve some sums, right? Let's try to solve some sums. I hope I have made few things which are clear. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. See, I have a equation. The first question. The first question says, express x square plus 6x minus 2. Let me just zoom it out for you guys. Express 6x. Oh, yes, there is one more thing which I completely forgot, which is inequalities. Right. Now, in this here, rather than asking you the equation in this form, that x square plus 5x equals to 6, solve this equation, they would instead ask x square plus 5x minus 6 is greater than 0. Solve for x. Now this, guys, the questions of inequalities were coming previously, but now they are asking it very few times, right? So what is different in this form? See, what you can do is, there are two ways to solve this equation. If you are using a good calculator, your calculator will show the signs of inequality and you can easily solve the question in your calculator. Let's say I don't have a calculator. I have a calculator which is not able to solve the inequality form of questions. Then what am I supposed to do? Let's say I'm using 95 ms plus or 95 es plus. If you are using 991 ex, which I am using, you'll be able to easily solve this inequality by use menu, go to inequalities, enter the degree. This has a degree of 2. In your calculator, there will be 4 options. Question option 1, 2, 3, 4. First will be of greater than, less than, greater than equals to, or less than equals to. Now this is simply greater than. So I'll input greater than. Now I'll input A, B, and C. So now I'm easily getting that x is less than minus 6 and x is greater than 1. This is my inequalities which I can easily solve using this calculator. Now what if I don't have the calculator? Then what am I supposed to do, sir? Right? And even let's say this question is of 3 marks. So should I directly write this answer? No. You are not supposed to directly write this answer. This can be used for your verification, but what you are supposed to do, guys, is solve this equation either by factorization or by using the quadratic formula, which is minus b plus minus root of b square minus 4ac upon 2a. Right? Let's say I'm using factorization. So this can be, I can split this as x square plus 6x minus x minus 6 is greater than 0. So I can take x common, x plus 6, negative 1 common, x plus 6 greater than 0. So I have x plus 6, x minus 1 greater than 0. So from here, I can say that x can either be negative 6 or x equals to 1. But guys, this is not equals to. This question is greater than equals to. Then what am I supposed to do? What you can do is, let's say this is minus 6. Take a value greater than minus 6, which is, let's say, minus 5, or a value less than minus 6, which is minus 7. Let's say I'm taking minus 5, right? A value which is greater than minus 6. My equation was x square plus 5x minus 6. My equation was, guys, x square plus 5x minus 6. Now what will I do is, I'll substitute this value and see whether the answer is greater than 0 or it is less than 0. Let's say I substitute minus 5. This means minus 5 square plus 5 times of negative 5 minus 6. So 25 minus 25 minus 6. So on substituting minus 5, I get answer as minus 6, which is, guys, less than 0, which is less than 0. So now I can say when x is greater than minus 6, my answer is less than 0, right? So the inequality sign will be x less than minus 6. You can check by substituting negative 7, your answer will be greater than 0, right? Minus 7 square is 49. 7 into minus 5 into minus 7 is negative 35. minus 6. So 49 minus 35 minus 6 is, let's say, I think 8. If I'm not wrong, this should be 8, which is greater than 0. So we got the sign greater than 0 when my x was less than negative 6. If this is less than, then the other sign will obviously be opposite of that. So x is greater than 1. This is a way to check if you are not having a good calculator which is not able to solve your inequalities. Right. So now let's move to the questions. The first question says express x square plus 6x plus 2 in the form of x plus a square plus b. The question is x square plus 6x plus 2. I'll use complete the square format, which says x coefficient of 6, coefficient of x, half of that is 3 square minus 9 plus 2, which is x plus 3 square minus 7. This is my complete the square format. Hence or otherwise solve the equation. The equation says x square plus 6x plus 2 greater than 9. So which means this is technically greater than 9. You can solve this by two ways. X plus 3 square is greater than 16. 16. X plus 3. You'll have to take square root of this. Square root of this meaning 4 and minus 4 and then solve x. Or if you have a good calculator like I do, what you can do is you can simply input this in your calculator, which is x square plus 6x plus 12 is greater than 9. Bring everything on the one side of the equation. X square plus 6x plus 2, not 12 guys, plus 2 greater than 9. Bring everything to one side. So you have x square plus 6x minus 7 greater than 0. You can solve this in your calculator. You can always ensure that you have used proper steps of factorization. So I have x is less than minus 7 and x is greater than 1. I can also show them using factorization, which is x square plus 7x minus x minus 7 greater than 0, x common, x plus 7, negative 1 common, greater than 0. So I have x minus 1 and x plus 7 greater than 0. Right? This was my first question. Now let us move to the question of curve and line. See, a curve has equation y equals to 1 by x plus c. And a line has equation y is equals to cx minus 3. And a line has equation y is equals to cx minus 3, where c is a constant. Find the set of values for which the curve and line meet. Now they are mentioning that find the set of values for which curve and line meet. It does not necessarily mean it is meeting at 1 point or at 2 points. So we are supposed to take the condition that b square minus 4ac should be greater than or equals to 0. So curve and line are intersecting. So the first thing what we would do is make sure that in both the equations, be it of curve and line, in both the equation y is the subject. If it is not the subject, first make y the subject of formula and then equate both the equations. See here y is already the subject of formula. So what I would do is simply 1 by x plus c is equals to cx minus 3. Now if I rearrange this, I can write this as 1 plus cx by x is equals to cx minus 3. Now if I take x on this side, I have 1 plus cx is equals to cx square minus 3x. If I bring everything on the right hand side, I have 0 equals to cx square minus 3x minus cx minus 1. Now I have to use the concept of b square minus 4ac greater than or equals to 0. So first what do is I note down my a, b and c. My a is coefficient of x square, which is c. My b is coefficient of x, which is minus 3 minus c. Generally students tend to forget this term. And my c is minus 1, right? So let us apply the formula b square minus 4a into c greater than or equals to 0. See, the expansion of minus a minus b whole square is same as a plus b whole square. The expansion of minus a minus b whole square is same as a plus b whole square. So I can also ignore the signs. So 9 plus 6c plus c square, then I have plus 4c greater than or equals to 0. So c square plus 10c plus 9 greater than or equals to 0. Now, I think I can solve this c square plus 10 plus 9. I think I can solve this in my calculator, which is greater than or equals to 0, 1, 10 and 9. So my answer I have is c is less than equals to minus 9 or c is greater than equals to minus 1. This is my solution, right? This is my value of c where the curve and line are meeting. Next question, which is again very important. The line, let me just zoom it out a bit. The line is a tangent to the curve for two particular values of c. The line is a tangent to the curve for two particular value of c. For each of these values, find the x coordinate of point where the tangent touches the curve. See guys, this question is divided in two parts, right? This will generally be divided in two parts. I have seen, let's say I think in the paper of 2021 or 2022, the same kind of question was repeated. First, they tell you to find out the range of c. Then they tell you that the line is tangent to the curve. Now, what do you mean by tangent to the curve? Tangent to the curve will mean that my line b square minus 4ac will be equals to 0. So now my value of c will boil down to c equals to 9 and c equals to minus 2 instead of the range. Now they are telling, let's say the curve and the line are intersecting, which means let's say I take c as 9 here. So the first equation is y is equals to 1 by x plus c. Now this will become plus 9, and the second was y equals to cx minus 3, which will become 9x minus 3. Now I'm supposed to intersect both the equations and find the value of x. Now guys, you can simply do one thing. Substitute the value of c in this equation. The equation was cx square. Rather than doing all this, you can simply do cx square minus 3x minus cx minus 1 equals to 0. Let me confirm. Cx square minus 3x minus cx minus 1. Yes. Now my c is negative 9. Sorry, not negative 9. Let me just recalculate the value. Yes, it is negative 9. Negative 9 and negative 1. So if I substitute negative 9, so I have minus, let's say when c is minus 9, the equation becomes minus 9x square minus 3x plus 9x minus 1 equals to 0, which is minus x square plus 6x minus 1 equals to 0. Now if I solve this, I have minus 9, 6 and minus 1. I have x as 1 by 3, and I think this is the only solution. Still let me confirm. It's a polynomial of degree 2, negative 9, 6 and minus 1. Yes, 1 by 3 is the only solution, right? Again, now when c is minus 1, what this equation will be? Minus x square minus 3x plus x minus 1 equals to 0. So minus x square plus 2x minus 1 equals to 0. I think this seems to be, just a second, c is minus 1. So last equation, 1 minus 2x. Yes, so I think this is a small mistake. Minus 2x minus 1 equals to 0. I think this is nothing but x plus 2x plus 1 whole square, which is x plus 1 whole square. So x is negative 1. So they have just told me to find out the values of x. So these are the values of x. Had they told me to find out the values of y, then, or had they told me to find the coordinates, then what I would have done is I would have substituted, sorry guys, I think I just pressed a button, no issues. I would have just substituted the value of x in either the equation of curve or line, and we would have solved it. Let's do one more question. See, again the question says, show by all necessary working, solve the equation 4x square minus 11x power half plus 6 equals to 0, right? Now in this kind of equation we do substitution. Now what value we generally replace is, we replace this value, right? So what I can do is, let x power half equals to t. So this term will automatically become square of this term. This should become, this term and this term should be square of itself, should be square of each other. Then and then this would work. So now this equation becomes 4t square minus 11t plus 6 equals to 0. Now I can solve this in my calculator, which is 4 minus 11 plus 6. So I have t is equals to 2 and t is equals to 3 by 4. But what was my t? T was x power half, or root x is equals to t, or root x equals to 3 by 4. So my x is 4 and x is 9 by 16, right? Okay, let's move to the next question. Question 4 says, the equation of a curve is y is equals to 2x. No, I don't think it should be 2x. I think it would be, equation of the curve is 2x square plus m 2x plus 1. This is the equation of the curve where m is a constant, and the equation of the line is y is equals to 6x plus 4. Show that for all values of m, the line and curve intersect at two distinct points. It means b square minus 4ac greater than 0. See, this kinds of things this should easily be, this thing should strike in your mind, that when they are saying intersected two distinct points, it means b square minus 4ac greater than 0. So first one is y the subject in both the equations, yes. Second thing, let us equate them. So 2x square plus, let me expand, 2mx plus m equals to 6x plus 4. See guys, I have not told you how are we going to prove that for all values of m the line and the curve intersect. I am not going to, I have not yet thought of that. How am I going to show? How am I going to solve this? But the first thing which I have thought is that there was an equation of curve, there was an equation of line, and then I was told, that show that they are intersecting at 2 points, which means what I'll do is b square minus 4 is greater than 0. At least do that part. That would really help you out to score at least 3 marks out of 5. Now let me bring everything on one side of the equation. So I have 2x square plus 2mx minus 6x plus m minus 4 equals to 0. So now my a is 2, b is 2m minus 6, and c is m minus 4. Now guys, what am I going to do is, I am going to do b square minus 4ac equals to, not equals to 0, greater. So guys, let us copy this value of b, a and c in the next page. So my a is 2, b is 2m minus 6, and c is, I think, m minus 4. Yes. Now let us solve b square minus 4a into c greater than 0. So I have 4m square minus 24m plus 36 minus 8m plus 32 greater than 0. Now I can simplify this as 4m square minus 32m plus 68 greater than 0. If I take 4 common, I have m square minus 8m plus 17 greater than 0. Right, I am supposed to do till here, and the question was of, I think, 5 marks. I would have easily get 3 marks or 4 marks for this much doing. Now, see, you should not leave the question empty. If you are not able to understand the question, break the question into separate lines. See, the only line which I read was, a curve has an equation and the equation of line is given and there was a variable m. I was told that show that for all values of m, the curve and line is intersecting. So at 2 points. So what I thought immediately was b square minus 4ac greater than 0. I equated both the equations. Now I'll read again the question, which says show that for all values of m, which means whatever m I take in this equation, this should always be greater than 0. Always be greater than 0. Now how am I supposed to show this? In any kind of quadratic equation, if you are stuck right in such kind of equation where there is a sign of inequality, or in functions chapter, whenever you are stuck, go to completing the square form and try to convert the quadratic equation into completing the square form. You might get the answer. See, the completing the square form for this equation is going to be m minus 4 square, half of coefficient of x, which is minus 8 divided by 2, minus 16 plus 17 greater than 0. So I have m minus 4 square plus 1 greater than 0. See guys, I think I have proved my point here. This is coming to the square form. So for whatever value of m, this is a square term. So this is always either going to be a positive term or a term which contains 0. When m is 4, this will be 0. But at the end, you have plus 1. So this is always going to be greater than 0. Always going to be greater than 0, right? Had they told you that the curve and line intersect, so then you would have taken greater than equals to 0, right? Greater than equals to 0. So here also it can be 0 or greater than 0, but in this condition this is always going to be greater than 1, right? Or sorry, greater than 0, right? Let's move to the next question. I think this is the most recent question. A line has an equation y is equals to 2cx plus 3 and curve has equation, a line has equation 2cx plus 3 and curve have equation cx square plus 3x minus c. Showing all necessary working, determine which of the following statement is correct. See, I have not read the questions also, but one thing I can assure, this is line, this is curve, so it definitely has to something to do with b square minus 4ac, right? So first let us ignore the question. Let us do b square minus 4ac. So I have 0 is equals to cx square plus 3x minus 2cx minus c minus 3. So my a is c, b is 3 minus 2c and c is minus c minus 3. So b square minus 4a into c. I think 9, 6 to the 12c plus 4c square minus, sorry, not minus, plus 4c square and 4c and this is plus 12c. So 4c plus 4c is 8c square minus 9. Now let me read the options now. Show that the line and the curve intersect only for a particular value of c. The line and curve intersect for all value of c and the line and the curve do not intersect. For a particular value means this should be equals to 0. For a set of value means greater than or equals to, or sorry, let's say greater than 0. For do not intersect means less than 0. See guys, now this is my b square minus 4ac. Now whatever c you take, right, whatever c you take, this is always going to intersect, right? The line and the curve is always going to intersect, right? So the option which I am going to select is B. The line and the curve for any value of c, this is going to intersect, right? Let's now move to the next topic, which is functions and transformations. So now let's start with the second chapter, which is functions and transformation. Now guys, the transformation part was introduced from 2020. So in every paper I see at least a 3 to 4 mark question of transformation. That is easy to score, but students generally, I've seen my students generally struggle at this kind of questions initially, but then they do find this type of questions easy. So you should focus on transformation. At least there will be one question of transformation, which is what I've seen across all the papers since 2020. Now this is functions, right? So now let us go towards the functions chapter first. So the functions means any equation which is in the form of f of x, where you input some value of x and you get the corresponding value of y. Now there are various kinds of functions, but the only function we are interested is one-to-one function. Now what do you mean by a one-to-one function? One-to-one function means that there is only one value of x for a there is only one value of y for a set of x. Let's say the equation is y is equals to x plus 3. So for one value of x, you will only get one value of y. This is one-to-one function. Now what is one-to-many functions? Let's say y is equals to x square. This is one-to-many function. For one values of x, you can get many values of y. Let's say when you substitute x as 3, you'll get 9. And even when you substitute x as minus 3, you'll still get 9. So this is called a one-to-many function, right? Now in kind of functions chapter, there are two things which is important. The first is the domain of a function and the second is range of the function. Now guys, what do you mean by domain and what do you mean by range? Domain means the set of x values and range means the set of y values, right? Now this is my domain and this is the value of range. Now what kind of question they will ask is, they'll ask in functions, you'll be given an equation, you'll be then told to find the domain of the equation or the range of the equation. You will be told to find the inverse of the function, the domain of the inverse, the range of the inverse, or show that it is a one-to-one function or show that why it is not a one-to-one function. Now we will get all into all of that, right? So for any function you have domain, you have range. Apart from that, there are few things which you are supposed to remember. You're supposed to remember few things. The first is, let's say, for finding inverse of a function, the function has to be one-to-one. If the function is not one-to-one, then its inverse is not possible. And if the function is not one-to-one, then its inverse is not possible, right? Why like that? Because see, it's technically you mean that, let's say you have a function y is equals to x squared, right? And if you swap this value, you get x equals to y square, right? Now you can take y as root of x. So the graph of this equation would look something like this. Now had this been a distance time graph, it means at one time you are traveling to particular distance, which is not possible, right? So that is why the function has to be one-to-one if you are supposed to find its inverse. If you are not supposed to find inverse, then it's okay, right? Again, one more thing which you're supposed to remember, in always a question of finding inverse, they will tell you to find the domain or the range. Now guys, remember one thing, that domain of f of x is equals to range of f inverse of x, and range of f of x is equals to the domain of f inverse of x. Just remember this thing. We will solve this, we will understand this thing when we are solving questions, right? This is one more thing, right? So the domain of f inverse is nothing but the range of f of x, and the range of f inverse is nothing but the domain of f of x, right? Okay, these are few concepts in function which you are supposed to identify. Let's say they have given you a question that f of x equals to x square plus 6x plus 3, right? And you have been told find f inverse of x. So for finding f inverse of x, I think have I covered such kind of questions? I think I do. I have covered. So let us not do this right now. We'll solve this kind of questions when we are solving questions, right? We will understand the concepts more through the questions rather than understanding the concept here. We have less time, limited time, so let us utilize that time. Now the next part in function is, or the functions chapters, is about transformations. Now this transformation chapter is sometimes overlapping with trigonometry also. They give you a graph of trigonometric equation and they give you a transformed graph of trigonometric equation and then tell you to find the transformation applied. Or they give you a graph, they tell you that this is the set of transformation, draw the transformed graph. These are the kinds of questions which I have seen. So there are three major transformations which we are focused into. First is translation, second is stretch, and the third is reflection. Let's say I have an equation f of x and it is translated by a unit of a and b, then the transformed equation will be f of x minus a plus b, which means instead of x I'll now substitute x minus a and at the end of the equation I'll add b. This is the transformed equation, right? If this is plus, this is minus, this is minus, this is plus. Same way plus minus and plus minus. So x plus a, then this will be minus. For y translation it is the same sign. You just remember the formula. Translation f of x transformed by ab. This is my transformed equation. In the same way stretch. Now there are two kinds of stretch. The first is stretched in y-axis, which is a times of stretch in y-axis or stretch in x-axis. Let's say a graph is stretched in y-axis by a factor of a, then the equation becomes f of, then the equation becomes a f of x. And if the same graph is transformed in x-axis by a factor of a, then now this equation becomes f of x by a, the reciprocal, right? And now again in reflection, the reflection could also be done in two possible ways. First is reflection in x-axis or reflection in y-axis. Reflection in x-axis means the graph has been reflected by x-axis. Reflection in y-axis means the graph has been reflected by y-axis. This is my y-axis. This is my x-axis. So x-axis reflection means the equation will now be minus f of x, and reflection in y-axis means f of minus x. Remember these formulas. These formulas are very, very, very important. Translation, stretch, and reflection. So if they tell you that an equation is something like this, 3 times of f of let's say 2x minus 3 plus 5. So what are the transformations now from f of x to this? What are the transformations here? The first transformation, as you can see, is, so from first f of x I have to identify the chain of transformations applied, and then I can solve. So if I have been told that this is an equation f of x and this is the transformation that has been applied, identify the transformation. So from first step is, from f of x I need to make f of 2x, right? So guys, what is this? This is nothing but stretch in x-axis by half. If it is 2x, it will be x by 2. Sorry, 1 by 2. If it is x by 2, then it is going to be 2, which means the stretch in x-axis, right, the factor is going to be reciprocal of the term that is multiplied. Reciprocal of the term that is multiplied. If it is 2x, the factor is half. If it is x by 2, factor is 2. See, this was the concept. By a, in y-axis it is a, in x it is reciprocal of that, not reciprocal of that, right? So now we have f of 2x. So from f of 2x, now I need to move to f of 2x minus 3. Now guys, this means this is nothing but a translation of 3 and 0, right? Negative means here positive and this is 0 as it is. So now my equation is f of 2x minus 3. Now I need to multiply this with 3. So this now is going to be stretch in y by a factor of 3, which means now this equation is 3 times of f of 2x minus 3. And at the end, there's a translation of 5 units applied. So at the end, we have translation of 0 and 5. These are the steps you can apply to transform any kind of equation. Right. Now, let us try to solve some equations. Let us try to solve some questions so that we can get a better idea of how to do this kind of questions. Right. Let's say there's a question here. The question says express 9x square minus 6x plus 6 in this form, which is complete in the square form. So what I can do is, see, I can also, there is one more way of solving this. We can expand this and compare the coefficients. Let me expand this time. So this is going to be a square x square plus 2abx plus b square plus c. This is one more way of solving this equation. Now what I'll do is I'll compare the coefficient. The coefficient of x square is a square, but here it is 9. So a square is 9, therefore a is 3. Now the coefficient of x is 2ab. Here the coefficient of x is negative 6. So I substitute 2 into 3 into b equals to 6. So I have b equals to 1. And in the same way, constant term, which means the term which does not contain x. This is 6 here, and this is, here is b square plus c. So what is a is 6, b is 1 plus c. C is 5. So now guys, my equation is 3x plus b square plus 5. Now guys, this is my equation. I have been told find the smallest value of p for which the function is 1 to 1. Find the smallest value of p for which the function is 1 to 1. Let me just write this question. Find the smallest value of p for which the function is 1 to 1. Now, for any function to be 1 to 1, right? Now, let me draw you with an example. Let's say I have an equation y is equals to x square. So, the graph of this equation is going to be like this, right? Y is equals to x. Now, guys, this is a one to many function. Now, if I take inverse of this, now what will happen? When you do inverse, the range becomes domain and domain becomes range. Basically, x and y get swapped. So, if this is one to many function, after inverse, if I apply inverse, now this is going to be many to one function. But guys, I said that for a function to have an inverse, it should be 1 to 1. But now this is many to 1. So this is not possible. So what can we do? What can we do? Now I know that this function is possible for all real values of x. But for all the real values of x, this is a one to many function. So what I generally do is, let's say this is my vertex. Sorry, this is not going to be a vertex. The vertex is going to be at origin because it is an equation of x square. Let's say this is my vertex. Now from vertex, if I look only the points which are on the right hand side of the vertex, which means right hand side of the stationary points, right? Let me hide this part. So right hand side of this, now this is a one to one function. Again, if I go left hand side of the stationary point, this is again going to be a one to one function. So how can we, let's say this function was defined for all values of r. So this cannot have an inverse. But if I say this function is defined when x is greater than or equals to 0. Now guys, this function can have inverse, as now I have, initially it was a one to many function, but now I have nailed it down to one to one function. So now this function can have an inverse, right? So what was the important point? I found out the vertex of the equation, or I found out the stationary point of the equation, and from that stationary point go either towards the right hand side or left hand side, be it any kind of equation. Let's say this is the graph. So this is my stationary point. From here, I'll either go right hand side or I'll go left hand side. This is going to be a one-to-one function, right? Now, how will this help me here? I have been told this function is defined when x is greater than or equals to p. Find the smallest value of f for which f is one-to-one function. Find the smallest value for which f is one-to-one function. Or they could also ask, find the smallest value of p for which f has an inverse. These are the keywords, guys. These are the keywords for which f has an inverse or inverse exists. Now what I told you is the point is to find the vertex. How do you find the vertex? Two ways, which is do dy by dx equal to 0 or just see when for what values of x will my 3x plus 1 be 0. This is, guys, my vertex. That was the important of completing the square. It helps you to find vertex. How do you find vertex? The square term, you have to equate the term inside the square part. When will it be 0? So this will be 0 when x is minus 1 by 3. So this now, guys, is my turning point. X minus 1 by 3 is my turning point. Now, if I do x greater than minus 1 by 3, this is one-to-one function. If I do x less than minus 1 by 3, this is again one-to-one function. So the smallest value of p will be none other than minus 1 by 3. This is what you are supposed to remember. Right? Okay. So now the function is x is greater than p. Now the second part is, for this value of p, obtain inverse and state the domain of f inverse for this value of p, which means, now let me rewrite this equation. Y is equals to 3x plus 1 square plus 5 and x is greater than equals to minus 1 by 3. For this value, obtain the inverse of f of x and then find the domain of f inverse. Now domain of f inverse is nothing but range of f of x. Now let us first try to find the inverse. So for inverse, the first step is swap x and y. X is equals to 3y plus 1 square plus 5. So I have x minus 5 is equals to 3y plus 1 square. Root plus minus x minus 5 is equals to 3y plus 1. Root plus minus x minus 5 minus 1 by 3 equals to y. Or this is nothing but my f inverse of x. Now guys, which sign will I take? Will I take positive root of x minus 5 or will I take negative root of x minus 5? This completely depends upon the sign. If the sign is greater than or greater than equals to, take positive root. Take positive root. If it is less than or less than equals to, then take negative root. Right? Just focus on the sign. If this is greater than, this is going to be plus. If it is less than, it is going to be minus. So here this is greater than, so guys, this will be plus. Had this been less than minus 1 by 3, then I would have taken minus. Right? Now this is my inverse. Now this does not where the question ends. I have been also told to find the domain of f inverse. Now domain is nothing but range of f of x. How will I find the range of f of x? I'll substitute the value of x minus 1 by 3 in this equation. If I substitute x as minus 1 by 3, I get my y as 5. Now for any value which is greater than minus 1 by 3, you will see I am adding 5. Whatever value I get, this is square term and plus 5. So this is always going to be greater than 5. So the range of this equation is, range is y greater than or equals to 5. So the domain of inverse is the range of f of x. So the domain is x is greater than or equals to 5. This is, guys, my domain of inverse function. Right? Okay, let's move to one more question. I have been given equation f of x is equals to 2 minus 3 cos x and g of x equals to half x. Solve the equation f of g of x equals to 1 and sketch the graph of f of x. Okay. Solve f of g of x. I can easily solve f of g of x. So, okay, just 2 minus 3 f of g of x equals to 1. So, instead of g of x is this, so I have 2 minus 3 cos x by 2 equals to 1. So I have 1 is equals to 3 cos x by 2, 1 by 3 equals to cos x by 2, and I can find cos inverse of 1 by 3 equals to x by 2. Now guys, this is a question of trigo, so I'll not solve it now, I'll solve it later when we do trigonometry. But I think we will come down to this question when we are doing trigonometry. We are not solving this now. The important part is sketch the graph of f of x. Sketch the graph of f of x. Acha, one more important thing. Whenever they tell you to sketch the graph of f of x, or they tell you to sketch the graph of f inverse of x, sketching the graph, always remember that f inverse of x is nothing but, its graph is nothing but reflection in the line y equals to x. So just draw a line y equals to x and simply just reflect the graph. You'll get your answer, right? You'll get your answer reflection. Or you can simply, if you have the table, swap the values of x and y, you'll simply get your answer. No need to do anything else, right? Now, I have been told to sketch the graph of 2 minus 3 cos x. Guys, this was the important part. Now, how do I sketch the graph? How do I sketch the graph? Now, for sketching this graph, there are few things which is important. The first, there are two ways to sketch the graph. First is by logic, or, and the second thing is by using the table function in your calculator and using zero brain cells. So first, let us solve using brain cells. So the first part is, you should always remember the graph of cos x. The graph of cos x will look like this. Now this is minus 3. What do you mean by minus 3? This is the graph of cos x. So first I'll have to make this 3 cos x. Now 3 cos x means this is stretched by a factor of 3 in y axis. So if the graph initially was from plus 1 to minus 1, this graph now will be from plus 3 to minus 3. Right? This is 3 cos x. Now they are saying minus 3 cos x. Now by minus means this is reflection in x axis, which means I am supposed to invert this graph. This is my reflection. And then they are saying 2, which means I am supposed to shift this graph 2 units upwards. So eventually, finally my graph would look like this. This is minus 3 plus 2, which is minus 1, and this is 5. For all my friends who have not understood how did I do this, you can simply do one thing. Forget all of this stuff. Just wipe out whatever I have said in the last few minutes. Just use your table function. Let's say I'm going to table function. Where is my table? Table. Just write down this equation: 2 minus 3 cos x. Just ensure that your calculator is in appropriate unit of angle. It should be in radians, not in degrees. There is no g of x. For cos, see, whenever you use table function, you will have to input start, end, step. Start and end will be your domain, which is 0 and 2 pi. Step means the increment value. For cos graph, the step ideally I recommend is 45 degrees or pi by 4. You should apply this step for sine and cos graph. For tan, I recommend be it 30 degree or 60 degree, which is pi by 3 or pi by 6. This should be your step, right? So my step here will be pi by 4. So 0, 2 pi and pi by 4. Now as I have inputted the steps, I can easily see the values in my table. You can also use the step of 90 also. That is also fine. You can easily see the table. You can note down the points. Let's say this is 0 degree, 45, 90, 135, 180, 210. Sorry, not 210. 225, 270, 315 and 360. Sorry guys, you were supposed to put in radians, but I started with degrees. So at 45 I think you have minus 0.21, at 90 you have 2, for 0 you have minus 1, for 135 you have 4 point something, for 180 you have 5, and so on. For 270 it is 2, for 315 it is minus 0.21, and for 360 it is minus 1. See guys, this is the graph of this equation. No brain cells, just simply use the graph of the table function and you'll get your values. In fact, sometimes they do, on based on this question, they also ask you to find range of this equation. Now guys, range can also be found by two ways. First is smart way, the second is hard work, which is not hard work, basically zero brain cells, using the table function. Use the table function, just check what was the greatest possible value of y and what was the least possible value of y. That is going to be your range, right? As simple as that. Now if you want to go by the smart way, you are supposed to remember the graph of cos. You are supposed to imagine the graph of cos. Now the graph of cos has a range of plus 1 to minus 1. From 0 to 2 pi, this has a range of plus 1 to minus 1. So now if I take the value of cos x as plus 1, right, the maximum possible value, so now my f of x will be 2 minus 3 into 1, which is 2 minus 3, that is negative 1. And if I take my value of cos x is negative 1, then my f of x is going to be 2 minus 3 into minus 1, which is 2 plus 3, that is 5. So the range is minus 1 to 5. So f of x lies from 5 to minus 1. This is the range. This is the smart way. The hard work or the simplest way would be use the table function, find the least and the highest possible value. Right? Let us move to the next question. I have been given a question number 3, which says the function p sine square 2x plus q is defined from 0 to pi. The graph shows the f of x. In the terms of p and q, find the range. State the number of solutions of the following equation. So the first part is to find the range of this equation. Again, we'll use the smart way. F of x is p sine square 2x plus q. Now again I'm supposed to imagine the graph of sine x. So the graph of sine x, guys, the graph of sine x looks something like this, from 0 to 360 degree. But this is a graph of sine square 2x. So first I should draw or imagine the graph of sine 2x. Now what does this mean? This means stretch in x-axis by a factor of half. 2x, stretch in x-axis by a factor of half. It means initially the graph was taking 360 degree to complete full cycle. Now it is only going to take 180 freaking degrees. So the graph is going to look like this. Now this is the graph of sine 2x. But guys, this is again a square value. So what do you do for square value? Square means all the negative term will automatically become positive. So the graph would look something like this. So the highest possible value of sine square 2x will now be 1 and the least possible value will be 0, right? So highest possible is 1, least possible value is 0. So now guys, the range is going to be, if I take as 0, this is going to be q, 0 and 2 pi are included, right? This is going to be q, and the highest possible value, which was 1, this is going to be p plus q, right? This is the range. Meaning in this graph, this point is q and this point is p plus q, right? Now what was the second part? Find the number of solutions of the line. Find the number of solutions of the line y is equals to p plus q. Now guys, what is y is equals to p plus q? This is nothing but this particular line. As you can see, this line and curve is intersecting at two different points. So the answer is two solutions. Same way, y is equals to q. As you can easily see, it is intersecting at 3 points. So the answer is 3. Then you have half p plus q. Half p means this is q, this is p plus q. So q plus half p means it is going to be somewhere between these 2 points, somewhere like this. So this is 1, 2, 3 and 4. So this is 4 solutions are possible, right? 4 solutions are possible. Okay, let's move to the next part or next question. So now here the question says, express 4x square minus 12x in this form. Again 4x square minus 12x plus 13. I have been told to express in this form. Again I'll use expansion method. So this is going to be 4x square plus 4ax plus a square plus b. Right? You can also use completing the square format. This would also work, but I generally use expansion for such kind of questions. Right? So we will compare the coefficient of a. The coefficient of x here is 4a, and here the coefficient of x is negative 12. So from here I can say a is negative 3. The constant term is 13, and the term which does not contain x, which is the constant term here, is a square plus b. So 13 is equals to 9 plus b, b is equals to 4. So now the equation is 2x minus 3 square plus 4. Guys, this is my equation. Now the function is defined for, this is an interesting question. This is a very interesting question. Let me just 2x minus 3 square plus 4. This is a very important and very good question. The function g of x is defined by 3x plus 1 for x is less than 8. For x is less than 8. Given that it is possible to form a composite function g of f of x. Given that this is possible to form a composite function g of f of x, find the least possible value of p and the greatest possible value of q. This is a function f of x. Guys, this is my function f of x. This is my function g of x. I have been told that I am going to make a composite function which is g of f of x, and now I am supposed to find the least possible value of p and greatest possible value of q. Now guys, in order to make a composite function, let me take with a simple example. Let's say I have a function f of x is x square plus 3, and I have a function g of x is equals to 2x minus 6. Now let's say I'm forming a function g of f of x. Now what does this mean? This means that I am going to substitute the value of x in this equation, which is 2 into x square plus 3 minus 6. So I already noticed what is important here. The important part is domain and range. Guys, you are doing this since grade 10th, but you are not doing this with domain. Let's say, now what is changing when you are forming composite function? What is changing when you are forming a composite function? Let's say I have been told to find g of f of 2. which means what I'll do is I'll first find f of 2. I'll first find f of 2, which is 2 square plus 3, 7. And then I'll find g of 7, which is 2 times of 7 minus 6, which is 14 minus 6, that is 8. Now, this looks pretty decent, right? But have you noticed something? What have you noticed is the range of f of x is now the domain of g of x. In a composite function, the range, see, I substituted 2 here, I got 7. 7 is the value of f of x, which is the value of y. Now this y becomes the domain of g of x. So the range of f of x becomes the domain of g of x in case of composite function. So means this freaking range should satisfy the domain of g of x. Then and then an inverse can be formed. Otherwise, inverse cannot form. They ask you such kind of question, explain why f of g of x cannot form. If this is the question, without doing anything, just write that range of g of x does not satisfy the domain of f of x. If they say g of f of x cannot be formed, then range of g of x does not satisfy the domain of f of x. This is the only possible reason. If they say that this can be formed, it means this range should satisfy the domain. So now let's get back to the question. They are saying that this is possible. So if this is possible, this means that this value, right, the range of this equation should always be less than 8. Then and then a composite function can be formed. Otherwise, this cannot be formed. How will I now do this? I'll use the same example. I'll use a simple equation. You can solve this also here. This makes pretty easy, but I'll solve this. 4x square minus 12x plus 13 should be less than 8, which means 4x square minus 12. I think this is 13 minus 8 is 5, should be less than 0. Let us solve this inequalities. Degree 2 less than 0, 4 minus 12 and 5. So I have x is less than 5 by 2 is less than half. So guys, this is now my p and this is now my q. So the highest possible value of q is 5 by 2 and the least possible value of which is p is half. This is how you're supposed to find. Just remember this kind of question. This have been asked various times, n number of times. Okay. Again, let us move to one more question. In the diagram, the graph is cos theta. The upper graph shows the result of applying a combination of transformations. So, okay. So guys, I have been given the graph of cos theta and there have been some transformation applied. So there are three basic types of transformation, which is stretch, reflection and translation, sorry. So if they tell you this is the graph, original graph, this is the transform graph, identify the transformation. So first try to identify the stretch, then go to other translations. So I know that this was a graph of cos x. So there are few things which I am supposed to have in my mind. The first thing is the range of cos of x. Cos x is from 1 to minus 1. The range is from 1 to minus 1, which means the gap is of 2 units, right? But in this transformed graph, this is from 1 to minus 1, 2 units gap. But in the transformed graph, it is from 1 to 5, which is a gap of 4 units. From 2 to the gap of 4 units. It means I have stretched the graph twice. So the first transformation is stretch in y by a factor of 2. So if I stretch the graph in factor of 2, which means now the graph will go from plus 2 to minus 2, right? Let me just draw this out for you. The graph would go from plus 2 plus 2, sorry, plus 2 to, I am pretty bad at drawing, so kindly it just, sorry. So this is my first transformation, right? Always draw so that it becomes easier for you to plot. It becomes easier for you to understand if you have drawn the graph. Now, is there any more translation? Yes. See, ideally, cos, tan, sine, they take 360 degree to complete one rotation. But this is taking 4 pi to complete one rotation or one cycle, which means this has been stretched in x. So the second is stretch in x by factor of 2, right? Because it's taking double the time. So this is okay. So now if I stretch this graph, so now this, my graph now would look something like this. Again, this is not the end. Why? Because my graph is from my graph was from -2 to 2, but the transform graph is from 1 to 5. It means I think the shape is same, but it needs a translation. So what is the third step? This is nothing but translation of 0 and 3. Add 3, you'll be here. Add 3, you'll be here. Add 3, you'll be here. And if they tell you to write the transformed equation, which is 2, this will be 2 cos x by 2 plus 3. This is my transformed equation. Right? Next part. I have been given, okay, a sequence shows f of x onto g of x, identify the transformation. So f of x to g of x. What is g of x? Guys, g of x is nothing but f of 2x plus 4. This is stretch in x by half and translation of 0 and 4. Then I have h of x, f of x to h of x. As you can easily see, this is translation negative pi by 2 to 0. X plus half. Plus means minus and minus means yes plus. And then stretch in y by 2. Right, this is the answer for this question. Is there any more questions? I think we have few more questions. Let us solve that. I have been given a question, right? Okay. Describe a sequence of full 2 transformation which maps f of x to g of x. See, I have to draw from f of x to g of x. So the first transformation which I said is to look out for stretch. Is there any kind of stretch? I think you can easily see there seems to be a stretch in y-axis, right? It seems that here the gap, let's say this is from 3 to -3. The gap is of 6 units. But here it is from -6 to, if I'm not wrong, 6, which means the gap is of 12 units. So this probably is a stretch in y. Identify the transformation. So this seems like stretch in y by 2. If I stretch the graph by 2, just plot the graph for your reference. So this point, which is at 3 here, will land to 3 into 2 at 6. This is also going to land here. The point which was here at 1, this is going to land at 3. And same way -2, this is -2, this is going to land at 4. And this is -6, this is going to land at 6. So the graph would look this was 1, this is going to be 3, something like this. I'm pretty bad at drawing, but this is what it is going to look like. So now you see they are in the same line. They are in the same line. Now what is missing? The translation is missing. So this is at 3 point, this is at x equals to 3, but this is at x equals to -3, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a translation of minus 6 and 0, right? As simple as that. Next question. Okay. The diagram shows f of x is equals to this. On the diagram, sketch the curve of f inverse of x. Now guys, I told you, whenever they tell you to sketch f inverse of x, just remember one thing. Draw the line of y equals to x. Now how will I draw the line y equals to x? Let's say I take x as 0, so y is 0. X is half pi, x is half pi, y is also half pi. X is pi, y is also pi. So let me draw a line. 3 pi by 2, then I have 3 pi by 2. So let's say this is my line. Now I'm simply going to draw reflection of this graph. So the reflection is going to look something like this. And this is how my reflection is going to look. This is my inverse. State an expression for the inverse. Okay, let us find out the expression for the inverse. Okay, let us do that also. So the question is f of x, or I'll say y is equals to 3 plus 2 sine x by 4. So x is equals to 3 plus 2 sine y by 4. X minus 3 divided by 2 is equals to sine y by 4. Sine inverse of x minus 3 by 2 into 4 is equals to y. This is, guys, my inverse. Next question. Now, the diagram above shows the graph of g of x. Okay. Complete the sketch on the diagram and hence explain whether this function has an inverse. Okay. So, I have been told to complete the graph. I think you can use the table function to complete the graph. Let me take a wild guess. This is a graph of sine 4x. So, this is going to be a symmetric graph. So, I think the graph from 2 pi, this is going to end at minus 2 pi. This is going to look something like this. But you can still use the table function to identify. Do not trust me. You trust your calculator. Input from minus 2 pi to 2 pi. Take your steps is given to you. Take your steps as pi by 4 or pi by 2. You can draw the graph. Now I have been told, explain whether this graph has an inverse. Now, what was the condition to have an inverse? The function should be 1 to 1. Is it 1 to 1? Yes. For one value of x, there is only one value of y. So this graph definitely has an inverse. Next. Okay, describe a full sequence of 3 transformations which can be combined to form the graph y equals to sine of x into this graph. Okay, I think they have been told that there is some transformations. I have to identify that from y equals to sine x, how can I land to 3 sine x by 4? Right. First, I said whenever there is transformation, try to look out for the stretch part. So you can see this is stretch in y by 3, which means this now becomes 3 sine x. Then you have stretch in x by 4, which means 3 sine x by 4, which is f of x by 4. And then you have translation 0, 3. Right, this is the transformation. Again, I have been told the functions, I have been given functions f of x, g of x, state the range of f and g. Again, I told there are two ways. The first way is use calculator and the second way is use the smart work. So I know from 0 to pi, sine 2x will be from the maximum value is minus 1, the minimum is plus 1. So from minus 1 to plus 1. So if I substitute minus 1 here, this is going to be 2 minus 3 into minus 1. And if I substitute plus 1, it is going to be 2 minus 3 and 1. So the range is going to be 5 to minus 2. So the range of f of x, is 5 to minus 2. But then I have g of x as minus 2 f of x. G of x sorry, 2 minus 3 is minus 1. Sorry, just my bad. Minus 1 to 5. Right. Yes, yes. So the g of x is minus 2 f of x. Minus 2 means this is going to get multiplied with minus 2. So obviously now this is going to be from 2 to minus 10. This is my range of g of x. Minus 10 to 2. That's it. Next, I have a graph. On this, sketch the graph of g of x. See, you don't need to use this. If you want to go by the smarter way, this is the graph of f of x. Reflect the graph. The reflection of the graph first is minus g of x, and then it is multiplied with 2. Minus means this is reflection in, sorry, minus g of x means this is reflection in x-axis. So first way, this is the first part of the graph would look like this. Sorry, not like this. It would look like this, and then it is getting multiplied with 2. So I have to stretch the graph also. So now the actual graph would be something like this. But it's okay if you don't remember the concepts, you can use the table function and plot the graph. Next, there is a transformation f of h of x, which is g of x plus pi. Okay, describe a transformation that maps f of x onto h of x. Okay, I think it's pretty simple. F of x into, now what was my f of x? I think my f of x was, just let me see. This is my f of x. Okay, g of x is minus 2 f of x. So first I'll have to find g of x. G of x is reflection in x-axis, and then I have stretch in y by a factor of 2. And then you have h of x, which is g of x plus pi. This is, guys, nothing but a translation of minus pi and 0. I think with this we are done with transformations and functions chapter. The next part or the next chapter now is trigonometry. So let's start with the new topic, which is trigonometry right now. So for trigonometry, guys, there are n number of questions which can be asked for trigonometry, but you need to understand few basics concepts. The first is we are going to explore first, let's say, a formula which is sine square theta plus cos square theta equals to 1. You are supposed to remember this formula, right? You can also write sine square theta is 1 minus cos square theta, or you can write cos square theta is 1 minus sine square theta, right? These are the different formulas which you can use to solve trigonometric equation. In trigonometry, there are various type of questions. The first type of question is prove that, where you have been given a left side of the equation and right side of the equation, and you have been told to prove that LHS is equals to RHS. The first or the second would be a quadratic equation solver. You will be given a quadratic equation in terms of cos, tan or sine, and you'll be told to solve that equation, right? And based on that, you are supposed to find angles. So for angles, guys, you need to remember few things. Let's say this is my quadrant, right? This is a quadrant of 360 degree. So A, S, T, C, all silver tea cups, all silver tea cups. Let's say this is 0 degree, this is 90, this is 180, this is 270, and this is 360. So all means from 0 to 90 degree, all the angles, be it sine, cos or tan, they are positive. From 90 to 180, sine, S, only sine is positive. From 180 to 70, only tan is positive, and from 270 to 360, only cos is positive. So these are few things which you are supposed to remember, right? So let's say you have an angle. I think you have, let's say you have sine theta is equals to half. So from here you can say theta is sine inverse of half. That is, I think half is 30 degree, right? So a calculator will give you one answer, but you should know that from 0 to 360 degree, Sine is positive in two quadrants. The first is from 0 to 90 and the second quadrant is from 90 to 180. So you are supposed to identify different angles for this, right? So in any kind of question where you are supposed to find theta, there will be a range given to you, and based on the range you are supposed to identify that how many answers will I get. That is the major problem in trigonometry. You are supposed to identify, you are supposed to remember, or you are supposed to understand that these are the probable answers, probable number of answers which I will get. If you get that answers, you will be fine, or you will get full score, right? So just remember a few things. As I said that this is my ASTC. So from here I can write, if I do sine 180 minus theta, 180 minus theta, which means I am returning back to the second quadrant, and in second quadrant sine is positive. Same way for tan 180 plus theta, it means 180 plus theta. This is same as tan theta. And for cos, it is 360 minus theta is cos theta. So meaning if you have cos 30 and cos 360 minus 30, which is cos 330, they both measure the same. Or you have sine 30 and sine 180 minus 30, 150, they also measure same. And same way tan 40 and tan 220, which is 180 plus 40, they are also same, right? You are supposed to remember these concepts, and based on that you will be able to solve trigonometry. Like you have sine 180 plus theta. Now 180 plus theta means I am moving into the third quadrant, and in third quadrant only sine is positive, sorry, only tan is positive. So 180 plus theta will be minus sine theta. In the same way, if someone says sine 360 minus theta, this will be minus sine theta, right? So you are supposed to apply these concepts. You are supposed to apply these concepts. Based on that, you'll be able to solve the questions. Let us solve a few questions first, and then try to understand in more detail. Let's say I've been given a question and I've been told to prove this identity. The identity is 1 upon cos theta minus tan theta square is equals to 1 minus sin theta upon 1 plus sin theta. See, in case of trigonometry, for prove that sums, initially you will face some issue, right? You will face difficulty in solving these questions. But remember, if you have tan, convert into sine by cos. If you have sine square or cos square, use the identity of sine square plus cos square, and convert sine square into 1 minus cos square, or convert cos square into 1 minus sine square to solve the problem, or to come to the conclusion of prove that. You will need to practice at least 50 to 20 sums of prove that to get a knack of it. Right? Let's say this is a question given to me. Here the question is in cos and tan, but I'm supposed to prove with sine. So the first thing which I'll do is I'll convert tan into sine by cos, right, or whole square. So this can be written as 1 minus sine theta square upon cos square theta. Now as I said, I will convert cos square into, see, I need sine only, but I have cos square. So how to remove this cos square? I can remove cos square if I write this as 1 minus sine square theta. Also guys, remember one thing, that 1 minus cos, sorry, 1 minus cos square theta, this is nothing but a square minus b square. So you can use 1 plus cos theta and 1 minus cos theta. Same 1 plus sine theta and 1 minus sine theta. You can apply this logic here, right? So moving forward, I think I have this question, so I can apply the same logic here. I can write this as, this is 1 minus sine theta square. I can write this as 1 minus sine theta and 1 plus sine theta. So I have this, and this will get cancelled. So I'm left with 1 minus sine theta upon 1 plus sine theta, which was which was what I was supposed to prove, and I have proved it, right? Let's say there is one more, hence solve the equation equals to half. So meaning I'll have to use the first part, equals to half. So if I cross multiplication, 2 minus 2 sine theta is equals to 1 plus sine theta. So I can write 1 is equals to 3 sine theta and 1 by 3 equals to sine theta. Now always identify the range. See, the range is from 0 to 360, which means, and this is positive, which means from 0 to 360 I can get two possible answers of sine where it is positive. The first will be in first quadrant and second will be in second quadrant. So first I'll do theta is equals to sine inverse of minus 1 by 3. So sine inverse of 1 by 3, that is 19.5. So my second answer obviously will be 180 minus 90.5, which is 160.5. This is going to be my second answer, right? This is pretty easy question. Okay. Then you have express the equation 5 plus 2 10x upon 3 plus 2 10x equals to 1 plus 10x as a quadratic equation, and hence solve the equation from 0 to pi. Okay, so let us solve this as quadratic equation. So I can write this as 5 plus 2 10x equals to 1 plus 10x into 3 plus 2 10x. So I can write this as 5 plus 2 10x is equals to 3 plus 2 10x plus 3 10x plus 2 10 square x. So I can rearrange this. I think this is going to get cancelled. So 2 10 square x plus 3 10x minus 2 equals to 0. Now let me solve this equation in calculator. 2, 3 and minus 2. So I have 10x as half and 10x as minus 2. Now guys, the domain given to me is 0 to pi. The domain given to me is 0 to pi, which means 0 to pi. 0 to pi, which means from 0 to 180. Now from 0 to 180, there are two answers. First is half and is minus 2. Now from 0 to 180, can I have negative 10? Yes, in second quadrant. 10 of half, can I have positive 10 in from 0 to 180? Yes, in first quadrant. So first let me just shift the calculator into radian mode and we'll do 10 inverse of half, that is 0.43. So my answer is 0.464 and 10 inverse of minus 2, this is minus 1.107. Now guys, minus 1.107, right? Minus 1.107, what do you mean by that? Negative angle means this angle is measured in clockwise direction. This angle is measured in clockwise direction, meaning minus 1.007 is this angle. But I am supposed to find an angle. Which is between 0 and pi. So how will I find that? See guys, this is pretty simple. Draw a straight line. Because this is just an angle, so this is also going to remain the same, right? The straight line is forming 180 degree. So if this is minus 1.107, this is going to be pi minus 1.107, right? Which is 2.04. So my answer will be 0.464 and 2.064. Always remember. Right, always remember that this is going to be answer. Let's say I take one more example. Let's say I have sine theta is negative half from theta is, let's say, minus 90 to 90. Now what does this mean? Minus 90 to 90 means, minus 90 means this quadrant and 290 means this quadrant. So from minus 90 to 90, where can I find sign negative? I can find negative only in the fourth quadrant. So I can simply do theta is sine inverse of negative half, and I think this is going to be minus 30 degree. So there is only one possible answer for this. Always ensure that you write the correct possible answers, right? You write the correct possible answers. Let us solve one more question. We have been given, find the exact solution of pi by 6 plus tan inverse of 4x is equals to cos inverse of root 3 by 2. I think this was this was asked in a very recent paper. Cos inverse of root 3 by 2. This is pi by, cos inverse of root 3 by 2 is pi by 6. Okay. So I have pi by 6 plus tan inverse of 4x is equals to cos inverse of root 3 by 2. Root 3 by 2 is again pi by 6. So I can simply cancel this. I can write this as tan inverse of 4x equals to 0. Is it cos inverse of root 3 by 2? I think, oh, sorry, this is minus. So this is minus. So guys, this is going to be minus pi by 6. So this is going to be minus pi by 6 minus pi by 6, which is minus pi by 3. So I can write 4x as tan minus pi by 3. Tan minus pi by 3, which is minus root 3. So 4x is equals to negative root 3. X is negative root 3 by 4. This is my value of x for this equation. Let us solve one more question. We have been told that show that cos theta minus 4 upon sin theta minus 4 sin theta upon 5 cos theta minus 2 equals to 0 can be expressed in this form. Okay, this can be expressed in this form. So again what we'll do is we'll do cross multiplication. So we have cos theta minus 4 into 5 cos theta minus 2 minus 4 sin theta into sin theta equals to 0. Right? So we have 5 cos square theta minus 2 cos theta minus 20 cos theta plus 8 minus 4 sine square theta equals to 0. Right, now what I'll have to do is I'll convert this sine square into 1 minus cos square. So I can simplify this, 5 cos square theta minus 22 cos theta plus 8 minus 4 1 minus cos square theta equals to 0. So 5 cos square theta minus 22 cos theta plus 8 minus 4 plus 4 cos square theta equals to 0. 9 cos square theta minus 22 cos theta minus 4 equals to 0. I think this is what I was supposed to prove. Okay, sorry, 8 minus 4 is plus 4. This was what I am supposed to prove. Hence, solve the equation from 0 to 360, which means I am supposed to solve this equation, which is 9 cos square theta minus 22 cos theta plus 4 equals to 0. The good part about trigonometry is even if you are not able to do the first part, you can do the second part using the result of first part. So never leave the question of second part even if you are not able to solve the first part. This is the beauty of trigo in your boards, minus 22 and 4. So you have one answer is cos theta is 2.246 and another answer is cos theta is 0.1978. I think this is not possible because cos can range from 0 to 180 only. So now what I will do is see, I have the value of cos theta, it is positive and the range given is from 0 to 360. So I'll first convert the angle unit into degree from 0 to 360, which means positive. So where can I find positive cos? I can find positive cos in first and in fourth quadrant. First and in fourth quadrant. So theta is cos inverse of 0.1978. So cos inverse of 0.1978, that is 78.6. and another angle would be 360 minus this, because cos 360 minus theta will land you into fourth quadrant. That is nothing but cos theta. So your theta is 281.4. These are two possible answers for this questions. Right. Now for Trigo guys, I would recommend you that this much practice is not enough. Try to do as much as question as you can, because for every time there is new kind of questions in trigonometry. The one kind of question that can be asked in trigonometry is, I think trigonometry also comes in APGP questions, where they give you the first term in terms of cos theta, third term in terms of sin theta, third again fifth term in terms of any trigonometric array, and they tell you that the difference is same, right? So I think there was a question like that, but I don't remember it now. But you can do this kind of questions can be asked in sorry this can be asked in APGP also. So kindly ensure that you do sufficient practice, especially practice for prove that sums. So if you do prove that sums, you will be able to solve. It will be easy for you because they are easy to score, because you already know what the answer is going to be. So you can apply some twist, apply some brain, and you will eventually land into that answer. And for quadratic equation solvers, which is the most of the questions, right? Generally, I have seen that students only can find, let's say the answers were 4 different angles, but students can only are able to find only 2 angles or 3 angles. They are not able to find all the angles. So also for that, I would recommend you to practice this. Also, I'll attach a video. You can press the I button where you can find how I have made a detailed video on how to find all the angles in any quadratic equation, or sorry, not in any quadratic equation, not in any trigonometric equations, right? So if I'll press the I button and you can go to that video. Now then moving on to the next chapter, which is the part of coordinate geometry. Now this coordinate geometry mainly consists of two things. The first, now this was also majorly introduced from 2020. Initially the chapter only consisted of straight lines, where they talked about the straight lines, which is y is equals to mx plus c. They talked about parallel lines, meaning they have the same gradients. Then they talked about perpendicular lines, which means the product of the gradient is -1, right? This was all they had discussed in that chapter. They also talked about perpendicular bisector. Bisector meaning midpoint, right? But then this was what you had already done in grade 10. Then they introduced a new concept, which was circle, right? They introduced new concept, which was circle. As you know that circle is also a uniform shape. As a straight line has an equation, same a circle also has a generalized equation. The equation of circle can return or can be expressed in this form: x minus a square plus y minus b square equals to r square, where a and b, or a comma b, they are the center, and r is the radius of the circle, right? Radius of the circle, right? So in this chapter you'll be told to find equation of the circle. There will be a tangent given to this. Let's say this is a circle, and let's say this is a point 2 comma 3, and this is the center. Let's say 1 comma negative 4, this is the center, and they'll tell you to find equation of the circle. So the equation of the circle could be x minus x1 x minus a square plus y minus b square equals to r square. Guys, I have seen a few things. What my students do is, let's say this is a circle, this is point A, this is point B, and they have given that this is the diameter. So what they do is, using, instead of r square, they find this distance, right? And then in a hurry to do the questions, they forget that they are first supposed to find root of this distance. Then, because this is diameter, right? Let me take an example. Let's say I have a point A which is 1 comma 4, and I have a point B which is, let's say, 8 comma 10, and there's a circle, not 8 comma 10, B, which is, let's say, 3 comma 6, and there's a circle passing through these points, right? Find an equation of this circle. So for the equation, AB is the diameter, right? AB is the diameter. So for the center, for the equation I need center and radius. How can I find center? Center is nothing but the midpoint of this point. So midpoint means 1 plus 3 divided by 2 and 4 plus 6 divided by 2, which is 2 comma 5. So I can write this as x minus 2 square plus y minus 5 square equals to r square. Now in the hurry, what do? Is they use the diameter to find the distance, which is 6 minus 4 square plus 3 minus 1 square. So 2 square plus 2 square, which is root 8. Now in a hurry of doing the question, they forget that they are supposed to divide, this is diameter. You are supposed to divide this by 2. This is going to give you r. And then guys, you are supposed to take square of this. You are supposed to take square of this. So which means this is going to be 8 by 4. So that is 2. So I generally recommend don't go by this method. Find the center and then find the radius. I know this is pretty easy, right? This is not wrong. But whenever you are in exam, you are always in a hurry to finish the paper. So you will definitely tend to make mistakes if you forget to divide by 2 or if you forget to take square of this, right? So always use center and one endpoint of this circle, right? So this is my center, this is my 1 point, endpoint of the circle. I use this to find the radius. Okay. So this was what I was saying about. So now in this equation, what do they do? What do they give us? They give that this is a circle. There's a tangent passing through this circle. Find equation of the tangent. Now we must know this property that this is the straight line. Sorry, this is the radius. This is tangent. So radius and tangent always form angle of 90 degree, which means the product of their gradients will always be minus 1. The product of radius and 1 point and the tangent from that point. The product of those two, the product of gradient of those two will always be minus 1, right? You are supposed to remember that, guys, right? So this is one property. Then this is one kind of question. Then one more kind of question, what do they ask is, they give you a circle, then they give you equation of line, and they tell you that, let's say this is the equation of circle, and equation of line is 2x plus 3. Now they are saying that both of them intersect at one point. Find the points A and B. So it means you are simply supposed to substitute this value of y in this equation, right? Right. Also, one more thing to note. Let's say I have a circle and there is this point, and from this point, let's say there is a tangent drawn, and this tangent has a gradient of, let's say, minus 3, right? So if I draw one more tangent from this point, then the gradient of this tangent will always be opposite sign of this, which is 3, right? Meaning if I have, because this is always going to be a reflection of this point. So if I have tangent, if I know gradient of the tangent, let's say the gradient of the tangent is minus 3, and from one point on the tangent, if another tangent is drawn towards the circle, then its gradient will be opposite sign of the original gradient of the tangent, right? Based on this knowledge, let us solve. We have many questions to solve. Let us solve few questions so you can get an idea of this. Let's say I have been given the coordinates of the point A and B are minus 1, comma 2 and 7, comma 4 respectively. Find the equation of circle for which AB is the diameter. So I have point A, which is minus 1, comma minus 2. I have point B, which is 7, comma 4. This is the diameter. I have been told to find equation of circle. Equation of circle is x minus a square plus y minus b square equals to r square. So first let us find center. Center is minus 1 plus 7, 6 divided by 2, comma minus 2 plus 4 divided by 2. So that is 8 divided by 6 divided by 2 is 3 and 2 divided by 2 is 1. This is my center. So let us find the radius now. radius is going to be y2 minus y1 square plus x2 minus x1 square, that is 5. So I can write equation is x minus 3 square plus y minus 1 square equals to 25. Guys, this is my equation of circle. X minus 3 square plus y minus 1 square equals to 25. This is the equation of circle. So part B, find equation of tangent to circle at point B. See, equation of tangent. I have been given equation of circle, which is x minus 3 square plus y minus 1 square equals to 25. So I know that the circle has a center of 3 comma 1. The circle has a center of 3 comma 1. And I have been told to find equation of circle which is tangent to B. Let's say this is my center, this is my point B, tangent to B, right? Point B is 7 comma 4. So the relation of tangent will be m1 into m2 is equals to minus 1, y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1. So that is 3 by 4. So this gradient is 3 by 4. So the gradient of tangent is going to be minus 4 by 3, which is m1 into m2 equals to minus 1. And I have been given that the coordinate of the coordinate of b are 7 comma 4. So y is equals to this, right? So 4 is equals to negative 28 by 3 plus c. 4 plus 28 by 3 is equals to c. So I have c is equals to 40 by 3. This is going to be my answer, right? Now find for C. This is also an interesting question. They initially were asking this kind of questions. Now what I have been given, let me erase this part, or let's do one thing, x minus 3 square plus y minus 1 square equals to 5. Find equation of circle which is a reflection of circle in the line T. Find equation, let's say now what they are saying is find equation of circle which is a reflection in the line T. Let's say this is my line T, and from here this whole circle is getting reflected. This whole circle is getting reflected, and I have been told to find equation of this circle. Now guys, I already know this is my point 3 comma 1. This point is 7 comma 4. Now there are two ways in which you can solve this equation. This is my radius. Now this is a reflection, right? The circle, the radius is now obviously going to be the same. This is also the radius. So let's say this is x comma y. So this x comma y and 3 comma 1. The midpoint of this two is 7 comma 4. So the first approach is by midpoint, which is x plus 3 divided by 2 equals to 7, y plus 1 divided by 2 equals to 4, because this 7 comma 4 is a midpoint of these 2 points. This is the first approach. Second approach will be, as this is a reflection, the translation of x and y will be same, which means this is x is 3 to 7. From 3 to 7, this is a translation of 4 unit in x and translation of 3 in y, right? So the same translation will apply from this point to here also. So this coordinate should be 7 plus 4, 11, and 4 plus 3, 7. So the equation of the circle is going to be x minus 11 square plus y minus 7 square equals to 25, not 5, 20. This is going to be my question. Sorry, this is going to be my answer. Second question. The equation with the circle with equation x plus 1 square plus y minus 2 square equals to 85, and the straight line with equation y is equals to 3x minus 20 are shown in the diagram. The line intersects A and B and the center is at C. By calculation, find the coordinates of AB. Okay, so I have to find the coordinates of AB. So if they are intersecting, which means I have to substitute the value of y in this equation. is equals to 85. So this is a square plus 2ab plus b square, and 3x minus 22 square. So 3x is 9x square, 22 into 6 is minus 132x, and 22 square, I think 484. So I can write this as 10x square minus 130x and 484 minus 85, that is, sorry, okay, just a second, x square plus 22 into 3 into x square plus 2x plus 1, yes, oh sorry, I have 1 also, so 485 minus 85, that is 400. 485 plus 400 equals to 0, or I can write this as x square minus 13x plus 40 equals to 0. I can solve this equation using my calculator. 1 minus 13 and 40. Based on this, I have x is 8 and x is 5. So if I substitute the values of x here, I can get the corresponding y. Y is going to be 3 into 8, 24 minus 20, 4. 5 into 3, 15 minus 20, minus 5. So guys, this is my x and y coordinates respectively. Right. Now, is there a b part? Yes. Find the equation of a circle which has its center at C, for which the line with the equation y is equals to 3x minus t is a tangent. Okay. So what they are saying is, initially this was the equation of circle and this was the tangent. Sorry, this was a line which is intersecting a circle. Now they want us to find equation of the circle which has the same center, which has the same center technically, which is x plus 1 square and y minus 2 square. The center will be same. The center is going to be this part. But now this line should act as a tangent. This line should act as a tangent. If it is supposed to act as a tangent, this means, let's say this is my this is for where my center is, then this particular should be 90 degree, right? This should be 90 degree. Now I think I have a property, right? We have a property. For this outer circle, this forms a chord. For this outer circle, this forms a chord. And from the center, there is a straight line which is intersecting the chord. Radius to chord is a 90 degree, right? It means the chord will be divided in two equal halves. The chord will be divided in two equal parts, which means, let's say this point x is nothing but the midpoint of A and B, the midpoint of A and B, which is my this point. So 8 plus 5, 13 divided by 2, which is 6.5, comma 4 minus 5, minus 1 by 2, minus 0.5. This is going to be my endpoints. So minus 1 comma 2, and this is going to form my radius. So I can find the distance using the formula. So 2.5 square plus, I think 7.5 square, root of that. So we have root of 2.5 square plus 7.5 square, and r square, that is 125 by 2. This is going to be my final answer. Now let's do the next question. Point A, which is 7 comma 1, point B 7 comma 9, and point C 1 comma 9. They form circumference of a circle. Find equation of the circle. Now see, this is a very peculiar kind of question. Although this is easy, we just need to identify this is forming a right angle triangle, right? See, if I plot this, I know A is 7 comma 1. This is my A, 7 comma 1. B is 7 comma 9 and C is 1 comma 9. So this is my right angle triangle, And we know if this is a right angle triangle, then if a circle is passing through this right angle triangle, it means the point AC is my diameter, right? Point AC is my diameter. Now what I could have easily done is find midpoint of A and C. You will get the center, right? Let's say the center is 7 plus 1, 8. 8 divided by 2 is 4. 1 plus 9, 10 divided by 2 is 5. This is my center. Use the distance formula to find radius and then simply substitute. Now this was easy, as I knew and I visualized that this is a right angle triangle. What if I was not able to do that? What if I was not able to do that? Then how would I have solved it? And what if it was not a right angle triangle? I would have been simply given 3 points, and from those 3 points there is a circle passing. Then what could I have done? So this is a longer method, but you should know it. Let's say this is the point A, this is the point B, and this is somewhere point C. I have been given C. If I have point AB and if I have point BC, if I find equation of perpendicular bisector of AB, if I find equation of perpendicular bisector of AB, and if I find equation of perpendicular bisector of BC, they will meet at a point, and guys, that point is center. So again, what I was saying is, I have been given 3 points. Find equation of perpendicular bisector of AB. Perpendicular bisector means first find the gradient of AB, then do m1 into m2 minus 1, then find midpoint, and using that substitute in this equation and find the equation of this line. Find equation of perpendicular bisector of BC, equate both of them, and then you will be able to get y and x, which is your center. Using that, find the radius using either A, B or C, right? This is a peculiar kind of question. This type of question has not been asked till now, but I think it could be asked. It can be asked, sorry. Again, let's say I have a question. A point A has 1, 5 as the coordinates, and the gradient is minus 2 by 3, and it is passing through A. Okay, a circle has center 5, 11 and radius root 52. A circle has center 5, 11 and radius as 52. I have formed the equation of circle. Show that L is tangent to A. So this is the center, which is 5, 11. This is my point A, 1, 5. I have to show that this line is a tangent, which means m1 into m2 is equals to minus 1. So first let us find out the gradient, which is 11 minus 5 upon 5 minus 1. 11 minus 5 is, if I am not wrong, this is 6 and this is 4. So 3 by 2. So this is 3 by 2. And the gradient of the line L is minus 2 by 3. So 3 by 2 into minus 2 by 3. Guys, this is minus 1. Therefore, the line L is a tangent. The line L is a tangent. Right? That has been proved. Find equation of other circle which has the same radius, for which line L is again a tangent. See the same question which we had done previously. What they are saying us is, just a second. What they are saying is, I have to find equation of one more circle. I have to find equation of one more circle with the same radius, but this time this is a tangent, which means, let's say this is my center x comma y. The point 1 comma 5 is going to be the midpoint of these 2 points. Or what you can say is, the translation is going to remain the same. The translation 5 to 1, which is minus 4, and 11 to 5, which is minus 6. The same translation will apply from 1 comma 5, which is x minus something square plus y minus something square equals to 52. Now what is my something? 1 minus 4, which is minus 5. 5 minus 6, which is minus 1. So this is my equation of the circle. This is my equation of circle. Right? Next, the diagram shows the equation of the circle, which is x square plus y square minus 6x plus 4y minus 27. Okay, and this is a tangent. Okay, see, I was going to tell you one more point. Let's say this is also one form of equation of a circle. Let's say this was a question given to me, right? This is a question given to me. This is just an equation. Now I have been told to find the center of the equation and find radius. This is an equation given to me. Forget this question for now. This is an equation given to me, and I have been told that this is the equation of circle. Find the center and the radius. So for that, what we'll do is we'll use again completing the square format. So which means I can rearrange this as x square minus 6x plus y square plus 4y minus 27 equals to, or equals to 27, right? Let us apply the complete the square format. For this part, this is going to be x minus 3 square minus 9. For this part, it is going to be y plus 2 square minus 4, right? So I have x minus 3 square plus y plus 2 square equals to 27 plus 9 plus 4, which is 40. So x minus 3 square plus y plus 2 square equals to 40. So from here I can say 3 comma minus 2 is my center and my radius is root 40. This is one way of solving this equation. Right. Now let us move back to the question. The diagram shows circle and a tangent. This point is 5 comma 4. Okay. The tangent to the P meets x-axis at A and y-axis at B. Find the area of OAB. Okay. I have been told to find this area. Area OAB. Right. Now, what have I been given? I have been given this is a tangent. So, if I can somehow find this equation, center, I know what is this? This is 90 degree. So, m1 into m2 will be minus 1. So, if I can somehow find equation of this tangent, then this is just its x-intercept and this is the y-intercept. So, first let us try to find out the equation of the circle. I have found out the equation of circle. Why do we need equation of circle? For finding the center. I have the center 3 comma 2 and this is the point 5 comma 4. This is 5 comma 4 and the center is 3 comma minus 2. Now I can use to find the gradient, which is 4 minus of minus 2. 6 upon 5 minus 3, 2. So the gradient is 3. This is the gradient 3. So we'll apply gradient of tangent. Gradient of tangent will be minus 1 by 3 because m1 into m2 is equals to minus 1. So y is equals to minus 1 by 3 x plus c. What is my x? 5 comma 4. So I have 4 is equals to minus 5 by 3 plus c. So 4 plus 5 by 3 equals to c. So my value of c is 17 by 3. So the equation is y equals to minus 1 by 3 x plus 17 by 3. Now this is the equation of tangent. I have been told to find this area OAB. This is my x-intercept. So I substitute y as 0. So 0 is equals to minus x by 3 plus 17 by 3. So from here you can say x by 3 is equals to 17 by 3 and x is equals to 17. So I have one point which is 17 comma 0, or I can say simply that this distance is of 17 units. This, what is this? This is my y-intercept, which is x is 0. So the other point will be 17 comma 3. So I can say this distance is 17 by 3. Now I can apply the concept of area of triangle, which is half base into height, right? You can multiply this and get your answer. You can multiply this. Where's my calculator? I think I've left it somewhere. You can multiply this and get your answer, right? I think 17 square is 289 by 6. This should be your answer. Let us move to part B of the question. Now what does part B of the question, right? Now what does part B says? Part B says Q and R also lie on the circle such that PQR is an equilateral triangle. QR lies on the circle such that PQR forms an equilateral triangle. Find the exact area of PQR. Okay. See, this is a tricky question. You need to apply a lot of brain cells for this. I already have my center, which is 3 comma minus 2. I know this is, what is this? This is radius. What is this? Radius. What is this? This is also radius. So if I can somehow find area of this triangle and multiply it with 3, I'll get area of the equilateral triangle. Now what is this? Root 40. What is this? Root 40. Now how can I find area? Using half AB sine C. So half root 40 into root 40 into sine C. What is C? C is the angle between the two sides, which is guys 120 degree, because 360 divided by 3, 120 degree, and I have to multiply this with 3. So root 40 into root 40 is 40, 40 by 2 into 3 into sine 120, which is root 3 by 2. So 20, 10, I think 30 root 3 is the answer. So 40 into sine 120 into 1.5. Yes, 30 root 3 is the area of this shape, right? And I think we are done with this. The next topic which we have is circular measure. This is again a topic where the concepts are easy, but you need to apply that what are they asking. There will be a shape given to you and you'll be told to find shaded area or the perimeter of the shaded region. This is easy question. This sometimes involves the concept of trigonometry also, wherein in the first part you will be shown to prove that this angle is 0.5 radian or something like that, right? For this circular measure we use radian as the degree, radian is the angle of measure. So we know that 180 degree is nothing but pi radian. Just remember this. So from here we knew that area of sector was theta by 360 into pi r square. But now as 180 degree is pi radians, 360 will be 2 pi radian into pi r square. So area has the formula of half r square theta. In the same way, arc length has the formula of r theta. Arc length is theta by 360, which is nothing but 2 pi into 2 pi r. So r theta. You are supposed to remember this two formula, and you will be able to do all the kinds of question easily. You just need to identify the shaded region which is being asked. I have attached a few questions. In future, this is for those who are giving their exams in obviously 2020 May, 2024 May or 2020 October, November. If you feel that you still need more practice on this, or if you still need more worksheets on any kind of question, you can contact me at any given time and I'll be doing an in-depth video for all the topics. Right now they have been given that in this diagram OXB is a sector of radius 10 centimeter. The length of the chord AB is 12. The line OX passes through M and the midpoint of AB OX is perpendicular to AB. The region is bounded by the chord AB and by the arc of circle with center X. Okay. Arc of the circle meaning this is my arc of the circle with center X. Okay. Show that angle AXB is 2.498 radians. Show that angle AXB, this angle I have to show. Okay. See, I have been given that this is A, X, and this is M. This is 90 degree. Okay. This is 12. And this is M is midpoint of AB. So this is going to be 6. Right. Now guys, I already know that this part is radius. So this is 10 units. This is 6 units. So using Pythagoras, I can find this distance, which is x square plus 6 square equals to 10 square. So x square is equals to, I think, 64, x is equals to 8. So I have this as 8. Again, OX is also radius, so that is also going to be 10. This is 8. So this is, guys, 10. This is 8. So 10 minus 8 is 2. And I have to find this angle theta. So I'll use, I have opposite, I have adjacent. Tan theta is equals to 6 by 2. So theta is tan inverse of 3. Tan inverse of 3. Now tan inverse of 3 is 1.2490 into 2. That is 2.4980. And 2 3 decimal place, I think this is the answer. 2.498. Hence proved. Now I have been told to find area of the perimeter of the shaded region. Now guys, what is perimeter of the shaded region? What does the perimeter consist of? Perimeter of this region consists of this arc length and this 12 centimeter. So I can find arc length. I already know what is the formula for arc length. The formula for arc length is r theta plus 12. Now do I have radius? No. But can I find radius? Yes, using Pythagoras theorem. Right. So this is going to be radius, let's say x, or your r is going to be root of 6 square plus 2 square, which is root 40. So root 40 into theta plus 12. This is going to be my answer. Let me just find out. So 27.8. This is my answer. This is my perimeter. And then I have been told to find area of the shaded region. Now how do I find area? Now guys, area of this region should be area of sector minus area of triangle. Area of sector minus area of triangle. What is area of sector? Half r square theta minus half a b sine c. Right? As simple as that. I think that you can carry out from here. Right? This is again a pretty simple question. Then you have one more question. Again, this is a part of information given to me, and I have been told to find area of this shaded region. Right? Now, how does this shaded region come? This is nothing but area of this triangle. Area of the triangle minus area of the two sector, which is the first this one and the second being this one. Area of the triangle minus area of two sectors. Right? How you can find this? I think I have, this is my right angle triangle. This is 5. So I can find this side. And okay, I think I can find this side. Have I been given any other measurement? No, I am not. If this is 5, this is also going to be 5. If this is 90, right? So 90 is pi by 2 plus pi by 5 and pi minus both the angles. This is going to be 3 pi by 10, right? So let us find first this measurement. This is 5. Let us find OB. So you will use uh, tan pi by 5 is equals to 5 by OB. So my OB will be 5 upon tan pi by 5. 5 divided by 10 pi by 5. That is 6.88. So my OB is 6.88. I have my OB as 6.88. So I can use area of triangle, which is half 5 into 6.88, 2, minus area of the sector, half 5 square into 3 pi by 10 minus half. I think I'll have to use Pythagoras to find this radius OC. So I'll have to first use Pythagoras to find AO, right? So 6.88, 2 square plus 5 square and root of that. So my AC is 8.5065. Subtract 5 from that and you'll get OC is AC minus 5. So this is 3.51 square and angle is pi by 5. You can solve this and continue. See, I think there are few questions which involves trigo, as in you'll be proved to show, you'll be given some angles and you'll be told to prove that show that this angle equals to 2 theta cos theta or something like that. Let's kind of prove that questions also exist. But I believe this is a relatively easier topic. The next topic which we are going to do is a difficult one, and that is a topic which is repeatedly asked. The topic is AP and GP, arithmetic and geometric progression. Now, what do you need to know about this topic? The first is arithmetic progression. Now, what do you mean by an arithmetic progression? A progression which has a common difference is known as arithmetic progression, right? And a progression where from one term to another term you need to you need to multiply something or divide something, that is known as a geometric progression. In arithmetic you add or subtract to get to the next term. In geometric you multiply or divide to get to the next term. There are four important formulas for this chapter. The first is for AP, the nth term is given by a plus n minus 1 into d, where a is your first term and d is your difference. And sum of n terms is n by 2 bracket 2a plus n minus 1 into d. This is sum of n terms of a AP. These are the two formulas. For GP, you have nth term is a into r power n minus 1, where again a is your first term and r is your ratio. A is your first term and r is your ratio. And you have Sn, which is a bracket 1 minus r power n upon 1 minus r, right? Now this is a general formula. For AP there are two major formulas, and for GP also there are two major formulas. But there's a special case of GP which is known as, see, in GP there are two type of sequences. One is convergent and the other is divergent sequence. Let's say you have an example of sequence which is 3, 6, 12, 24, 48. This is an example of divergent sequence, which is multiplied by 2, multiplied by 2, multiplied by 2, multiplied by 2, multiplied by 2. So the sum of this sequence is always going to be an infinite number, because the numbers are increasing. So the nth term is going to be a very large term. So its sum will also going to be very large, which is close to infinity. The other is convergent sequence. Let's say I have a sequence called 8, 4, 2, 1, half, 1/4. This is a convergent sequence, which means here the nth term is going to be close to 0. So for this kind of sequence, the sum of all the infinite terms is a finite number. For the divergent sequence, the sum of infinite number is infinite. But for convergent sequence, the sum of the sum of infinite numbers is going to be a finite number. So for a convergent sequence, sum to infinity or sum of all infinite terms is given by the formula a upon 1 minus r. But always remember, a sequence can be said as convergent if the ratio is lying between 1 and minus 1. If the ratio is lying between 1 and minus 1, then the sequence can be considered as convergent. Otherwise, it won't be considered as a convergent one. Now let's go to the questions. Now, I think I have, okay. We have been given a question. Question number 1 says, an AP has a first term of 32 and fifth term is 22. Fifth term means 22 is equals to a plus 4d because n is 5, right? And the last term is 28. Last term is 28. Matlab means that minus 28 is equals to a plus n minus 1 into d. Find the sum of all the terms. Find the sum of all the terms. Sum of all the terms means Sn is equals to n by 2 bracket 2a plus n minus 1 into d. Problem is, I don't have a. Can I find it? Yes. I have first term is 32. Let me substitute 32 here. So I have 22 is equals to 32 plus 4d. So negative 10 is equals to 4d. D is equals to minus 2.5. So once I have d, I can substitute d in this equation, which is minus 28 is equals to 32 plus n minus 1 into minus 2.5. So minus 28 minus 32 divided by minus 2.5 equals to n minus 1. So I think minus 60 divided by minus 2.5, that is 24 is equals to n minus 1, n equals to 25. So I have n, I have d. I will substitute all the values in this formula, which is 25 by 2, 2 into a, plus 25 minus 1, 24 into d. This will give you the sum of nth terms, Next, the first two terms of an AP is 16 and 24. The first two terms of an AP is 16 and 24. Find the least number of terms of the progression which must be taken for their sum to exceed 20,000. So I am being told to find n such that Sn should be greater than 20,000. So now what is Sn, guys? Sn, I want my Sn to be greater than 20,000, which is n by 2 bracket 2 into a plus n minus 1 into d. I have my first term, I have my second term, so I know the difference is 24 minus 16, which is 8, right? If I multiply this 2 here, or let's say I multiply here, I have 40,000 is greater than n 32 plus 8n minus 8. So 40,000 should be, the sum should be greater than 40,000. Oh, sorry, I have used the wrong bracket. This should be greater than 40,000. So 32n plus 8n square minus 8n. So if I bring everything on the one side of the equation, I have 8n square plus 24 n minus 40,000 is greater than 0. So if I solve this in my calculator, 8, 24 minus 40,000. So I have one value of n is 69.22 and second is minus 72.22. I know this is not possible and n cannot be a decimal value. So the term where the sum is greater than 20,000 will be 70. Right? Guys, this is a very commonly asked question. This is a very commonly asked question. Now again, I have one more question. A GP has a first term of 6. A GP has first term of 6. And the sum to infinity is 18. So sum to infinity is 18. Just substitute whatever has been given to you. Don't read the questions. Don't read full question at a time. Read few lines. See, I have been given A. I have been given sum to infinity. So from here I can write 1 minus r is equals to 6 by 18 and 1 minus 1 by 3 equals to r, which is 2 by 3. Right? This is what I can get from this data. A new GP is formed by squaring each of the original progression. Find the sum to infinity of the new progression. So I have been told to find sum to infinity of new progression. Now what I have done, I have squared each term. So meaning if first term is 6, then now the next term is going to be 36. So it is pretty simple, right? Now why? Because now the ratio, first term is 36. Now I have squared all the terms. So guys, now the ratio will also be squared. So initially the r was 2 by 3. Now my r is going to be square of 2 by 3, which is 4 by 9. So I can find 36 is equals to 5 by 9. 36 into 9 divided by 5. This is my sum to infinity. Because all the terms are squared, so the ratio is also going to be squared. So the new ratio is going to be 4 by 9. So not 5 by 9. This is going to be 4 by 9. 4 by 9. So 81. This is sum to infinite terms. Again, the common ratio of GP. The common ratio of GP is something, I think this question is blurred. Oh, okay. Sorry, I will have to skip this question. The question is not visible. We'll be skipping this question. The sum of first n terms of an AP is the sum of first n terms of an AP is n by 2 bracket 3n plus 7. Find the first term and common difference. Okay, find the first term and common difference. Now there are guys two approaches to solve this question. I'll cover both the approach. The first approach is compare the coefficients approach. What do they do is, I know that the sum of nth term, n by 2, 2a plus n minus 1 into d. This should be equals to n by 2, 3n plus 7. n by 2 cancelled. So 2a plus nd minus d equals to 3n plus 7. So meaning the coefficient of n is 3 and the coefficient of n here is d. So d is 3. Then I have the constant term which is 2a minus 3 d, and here the constant term is 7. So 2a is equals to 7 plus d, which is 10, and a is 5. This is first approach by comparing the coefficient. The second approach, which I feel is relatively simpler. The nth term was given to you. This seems easy because here n by 2 and n by 2 got cancelled out easily. If they had not been cancelled out easily, Next question. A geometric progression has second term of 12. Second term 12 means AR power n minus 1, where n is 2. So AR is 12 and sum to infinity is 54. So 54 is equals to A upon 1 minus R. Find the possible values of first term of the progression. So it means, see, I have an equation which is AR equals to 12 and I have another equation A upon 1 minus R equals to 54. So from here I can substitute R, or I can write R as 12 by A. Let me substitute the value of R here. So I have 54 is equals to A upon 1 minus 12 by A. So I can write this as 54 is equals to A upon A minus 12 divided by A. So 54 is equals to A square upon A minus 12. Or I can say 54A minus 54 into 12. That is 648 equals to A square. So A square minus 54A plus 648 is equals to 0. So let us solve this in the calculator. 1 minus 54 and 648. We have A as 36 or A as 18. These are the different possible answers. Next, I have in an arithmetic progression, the sum of first 10 terms is equals to the sum of next 5 terms, which means the sum of first 10 terms is equals to sum of 11th to 15th term, right? Show that the common difference is A by 3. Okay, see guys, I can write sum of 11th, sum of 11th to 15th term. I think that will be nothing but sum of first 15 terms minus sum of first 10 terms. Sum of first 15 terms minus sum of first 10 terms, which will give me the sum of 11 to 15th term. Right. Now this is equals to the sum of first 10 terms. So from here I can say S15 is equals to 2 times of S10. Now what is S15? N by 2 bracket 2a plus 14d is equals to n by 2 bracket 2a plus 9d. I have to show that d is a by 3. Okay. So I think I can get 2 and 2 cancelled. So I can say 30a plus 15 into 14. 15 into 14 is 210d is equals to 40a plus 180d. So I can write this as 30d is equals to 10a, or d is equals to a by 3. I think this was what we were supposed to prove. Okay. Again, given that the 10th term is 36 more than the 4th term, find the value of a. 10th term which is a plus 9d. This is 36 more than the 4th term. 4th term is a plus 3d, right? 10th term is 36 more than the 4th term. So a plus 9d is equals to 36 plus a plus 3d. So I think from here we can say 6d equals to 36, d is equals to 6. Now I have been told to find the value of a. So I think I have d here, and this is a continued sequence, right? Oh, so I know that d is a by 3. D is a by 3. So 18 equals to a. This is my value of a. Next term, the sum of infinity is 4 times the sum of first 4 terms. Sum of infinity means a upon 1 minus r is equals to 4 times the sum of first 4 terms, which is a into 1 minus r power 4 upon 1 minus r. This is equal, right? Given that first term is 12, find the value of fifth term. Okay. So I think I can easily cancel a 1 minus r, 1 minus r. A and a will also get cancelled. I have to find I have to find the fourth term. Fourth term means a into r power. Sorry, I have to find the fifth term. So 5 minus 1, which is a power 4. This is what I am supposed to find. And from here I think I can rearrange. 1 is equals to 4, 1 minus r power 4. So 1 by 4 is equals to 1 minus r power 4, or I can say r power 4 is nothing but 3 by 4. I think I have r as 3 by 4, r power 4 as 3 by 4, and I also have the first term is 12. So 12 into 3 by 4, 9. This is my fifth term, right? Next, the second term of a progression is 16. The second term of a geometric progression is 16, and the sum to infinity is 100. Find the two possible values of first term. Again, what we will do, we will rearrange and we will make r the subject, and let us substitute the value of r in this equation. So I can write this as 100 is equals to a square upon a minus 16, or 100a minus 1600 equals to a square. 0 is equals to a square minus 100a plus 1600. So if we solve this, 1 minus 100, 1600. So we have a as 80 and a as 20. Now these are the two possible answers, guys, right? Okay. Now this is an important question. This when this was asked, most of the students found this difficult to solve. Show that the nth term of two possible geometric progression. The nth term of two possible geometric progression. See, the first geometric progression has a as 20, and the second geometric progression has a as 80. Nth term means a into r n minus 1. So let us find out the r, right? So when a is 80, your r is going to be 16 by 80, which is 1 by 5. And when a is 20, your r is going to be 16 by 20, that is 4 by 5. So nth term of this sequence is going to be a into r n minus 1, and nth term of this sequence is going to be a into r n minus 1, right? So what they are saying, show that the nth term of one of the two possible GP is equals to 4 power n minus 2 multiplied by the nth term of another progression. What they are saying is that if I multiply 4 power n minus 2 with this term, I should get this as my answer. Or if I multiplied 4 power n minus 2 with this term, I should get this as my answer. Meaning in both the cases, what I can say is, the same logic can be applied. If I divide this by this term, I should get this as my answer. Or if I divide this by this term, I should get this as my answer. This is what I am supposed to prove. So let me do one thing. Let me divide. Let me take this as my let me divide this this equation as 1 and this as 2. Let me do 1 upon 2. So I have 20 into 4 by 5 power n minus 1 is equals to 80 to 1 by 5 power n minus 1. I think this is 1 by 4. I can write this as 4 power n minus 1 upon 5 power n minus 1 upon, this is going to be 4. 1 power n minus 1 is 1, and so I can write this as 1 upon 5 power n minus 1, right? So I think 5 power n minus 1, 5 power n minus 1 is going to get cancelled. I am left with 4 power n minus 1 upon 4, which is nothing but 4 power n minus 2. See, we have proved this. The other way could have been, I did not know that this divided by this would give me the same answer. Had I divided this divided by this, the answer which I would have got would have been something like this: 4 power minus n plus 2. Right? Just the reciprocal of the answer. So this would also have helped me prove the question. Now, okay, I think with this we are done for this chapter. Now let us move to the next chapter, which is the binomial series. Binomial series means, see, this obviously this concept is used for expansion, right? If I had to give you a formula which is a plus b cube, a plus b power 4, a plus b power 5, it would have been difficult for you to expand this formula. But using binomial expansion or binomial series, it becomes us easier for such kind of questions to expand. So the formula says, let's say I have a sequence which is a plus b power 4. Its expansion would go something like this: 4c0. First term will have the maximum power, second term will have the minimum power, plus next term will be 4c1. First term will have power 1 less than the previous one, second term will have power 1 more than the previous term. 4 minus 1, 3, 0 plus 1. Same way 4c2, a square b square plus 4c3, a power 1 b cube plus 4c4, a power 0 b power 4. This is the simple binomial expansion. Be it whatever case, let it be a plus b power 5, and it would have been 5c0, a power 5 b power 0, 5c1, a power 4 b power 1, 5c2, 5c3, 5c4, 5c5, and so on so forth. This would have been the general case, right? This would have been the general case. Now let us try to understand in this. See, the type of questions which they do ask is, they give you an expansion or they give you a sequence, not a sequence, they would tell you something like this, right? And they would tell you find the first 3 terms of the expansion, or they would tell you that this is a sequence, find the coefficient of x square in the expansion, or find the term which does not contain x in this expansion. These are the types of question which they do ask or which they do tend to ask, right? Let us solve few questions and get an idea. These 3 questions will briefly tell you what are the different kinds of question asked. The first question is, in this expansion, the coefficient of x is 5. The coefficient of x is 5, meaning the final answer of this expansion, or not the final answer, but what I am interested is coefficient of x. Coefficient of x is 5, find a. So ideally what I should have done is, I should have first found 5c0, the first term with power 5 and second term with power 0. Am I getting coefficient? Am I getting the power of x as 1? No. I think if I solve this, I'll get this as 5c0 is 1 upon a square x power, 1 upon a power 5 x power 5. So the power of x which I'll get is minus 5. But the power which I am looking is 1. Now I have a shortcut method, right? And I know this does not work, right? So what I do is, I take 4 and 1. Then I check whether I'm getting the coefficient, whether I'm getting the power of x as 1. If that does not work, then I do 3 and 2. So this I have to do by trial and error, but this takes time. And I have a simpler formula or a shortcut to find out coefficient, or to find out the term which will have x power 1. How do I do? The formula is NCR, first term which is 1 by ax power n minus r into 2 power ax square power r. This is the formula which we are going to apply. Now what is my n here? What is my n here? N is 5. Now for now, forget all the terms apart from x. So this formula would somehow become 5cr. Forget this a. So this will be 1 by x. Forget this 5 also. 1, forget this a, forget this a, forget this side. So 1 by x, 5 minus r into x square power r. Now what am I interested in? I am interested in coefficient of x, which is x power 1. Right. Now I can write this as x power minus 1 into 5 minus r to x power 2r equals to x power 1. So I think if I can write this as x power minus 5 plus r into x power 2r equals to x power 1. Right. So from here I can rearrange or write this as x power minus 5 plus 3r equals to x power 1, or minus 5 plus 3r equals to 1. 3r equals to 6, r is 2. So now I know the value of r is 2. So I'll simply substitute r as 2 here, right? And n is 5. So 5c2, n minus r, 5 minus 2 is 3 and 2. This will give me coefficient of x. This is one way. Other is by trial and error. Now what is 5c2? I'll just expand. 5c2 is 10, and this is going to be 1 upon a cube x cube into 4a square x square, 4a square x power 4, right? So 40 by a into x is equals to 5x. So I can, from here I can say 40 by 5 is equals to a is equals to 8, right? Let us do one more question. Now I have an expansion and I have been told find the term independent of x. Again I'll use the same formula, NCR 2 by x. I know what is my n is 6, so 6CR 2 by x, 6 minus r into minus 3x r. What am I interested? I am interested to find r. Forget x, so you have, forget all the terms except x. So you have 1 by x, 6 minus r into x power r is equals to term independent of x, which is x power 0. So I have x power minus 1 into 6 minus r into x power r is equals to x power 0. X power minus 6 plus r into x power r is equals to x power 0. Sorry, minus 6 plus 2r equals to 0. So from here r is equals to 3. We'll replace the value of r here. So I have 3 and 3. So my term is 6c3 2 by x power 3 minus 3x power 3. So 6c3 is 20 into 2 cube is 8 minus 3 cube is minus 27. 20 into 8 into minus 27. That is minus 4320. This is my coefficient of the term which does not contain x. Coefficient of the term which does not contain x. Right. Second part is hence find the value of a for which there is no term independent of x. Hence find the value of a for which there is no term independent of x. So which means, see, what is this? 1 plus ax square into 2 by x minus 3x power 6. Now what ideally would happen is this 1 is going to multiply it with this sequence, and this ax square will automatically get multiplied with the expansion of this sequence. Now 1 into what term will give me a term which is independent of x? Obviously 1 into a term of this sequence which does not contain x will give me independent of x, which is nothing but 1 into 4320. I think minus 4320, yes, minus 4320. Still let me confirm, 27 into 8 into 20, yes. And x square when multiplied with what term will give me a term independent of x? When x square is getting multiplied with 1 upon x square. This is going to give me a term independent of x. So what term am I looking for in this? I am looking for a term which has 1 upon x square, or which has a power of x power minus 2. So I'll apply the formula which I had applied here to find r, right? It would be, the formula would be 6cr 2 by x power 6 minus r into minus 3x power r. Again, forget the x part. So I have 1 by x 6 minus r into x power r is equals to, what am I interested in? I am interested in x power minus 2. Right. So I have x power minus 6 plus r, x power r is equals to x power minus 2. Minus 6 plus 2r is equals to minus 2. 2r is equals to 4, r equals to 2. So now r is 2. I can use the logic here. R is 2. R is 2. So I can write this expansion as 6c2 2 by x power 4 into minus 3x power 2. So this is 6c2, that is 15 2 power 4 to find the value of a in which there is no term independent of x. Okay, chalo. 6 power 2 is 15, 2 power 4 is 16 and minus 3 square is 9. So 15 into 16 into 9, which is 2160. So here the coefficient of x power minus 2 is 2160. So which means plus a into 2160. So I have minus 4320 plus 2 times of 216, sorry, plus a times of 2160 equals to 0. Why 0? Because it is saying find the value of a for which there is no term independent of x, which means there is no term which does not have x. All the term has x, which is 0. So I can, from here I can say 2160a is equals to 4320. A is equals to 4320 upon 2160. 4320 divided by answer, which is 2. Yes. So my value of A is 2. Again, one more question. Find the first 1 minus 2x power 5. Find the first three terms in the expansion. The first three term would be 5c0, first term to the power 5 minus 2x to the power 0, 5c1, 1 power 4 minus 2x power 1, 5c2, first three terms, right? 1 power 3 minus 2x square. So this is 1 minus 10x, 5c2 is 10 and plus 40x square. So these are my first three terms. Given that the coefficient of x square in the expansion, the coefficient of x square in the expansion is 12, which means, see here 1 is going to get multiplied with the expansion of this. Same way ax is also going to get multiplied with the expansion of this, and 2x square will also get multiplied with the expansion. But I am only interested in the coefficient of x square. So 1, see what is expansion of this? The first three terms are this itself. So indirectly 1 is multiplied with this three term, ax is also multiplied with this three terms, and 2x square is also multiplied with this three term. But I am only interested in x square. So 1 when multiplied with 40 will give me x square. Ax when multiplied with 10 will give me x square. And 2x square when multiplied with 1 will give me x square. Now this is equals to 12. So minus 10a equals to 42. This goes this side, minus 30. A is equals to 3. Right. Next, the coefficient of 1 by x in the expansion. The coefficient of 1 by x. Again, what I am interested is 1 by x. So we will use the same formula. 5cr, first term 5 minus r, second term r. Right. Now we'll forget everything except x. So this is x power 5 minus r. This is x power minus 2 into r is equals to what I am interested, coefficient of 1 by x, which is x power minus 1. So I can write this as 5 minus r into x minus 2r is equals to x power minus 1. So x 5 minus 3r is equals to x power minus 1. So 5 minus 3r equals to minus 1. Just a second. I think I have made a simple mistake. What coefficient am I looking forward? Is I'm looking forward for 1 by x. This is power 5. So 5 minus r, and the coefficient which I'm looking for is minus 1. So 5 power r, 5 minus r in minus 2r, minus 2r minus r is minus 3. Yes, I have not made a mistake. Minus 3r is equals to minus 6, r is equals to 2. So again, I substitute the value of r here. Right, so we have 5c2, which is 10, 2x power 3, that is 8x cube, and a square upon x power 4. So I have the coefficient of 1 by x is 80a square, is 80a square. Now guys, the coefficient of x square is equals to 720. So a square is equals to 9, a equals to plus or minus 3. This is my answer. Right. Now let's move to the next question. Hence find the coefficient of 1 by x. Okay. I have 2x plus or minus 3. Yes, plus or minus 3 by x square power 5. Now I have been told to find the coefficient of 1 by x. Again, we'll use the same logic. 5cr, first term power 5 minus r, and plus or minus 3 by x square power r. How do I find r? We'll forget all the terms except x, and this should be equals to 1 by x power 7, which is x power minus 7. So I have x power 5 minus r into x power minus 2r is equals to x power minus 7. So 5 minus 3r is equals to minus 7, minus 3r is equals to minus 12, r equals to 4. So I have my value of r is 4. We'll substitute r4 here. So we have 5c4, 2x, 5 minus 4, 1, and plus minus 3 by x square power 4. Now, as this is power 4, whatever be it plus or minus, the answer is obviously going to be positive. So 5c4 is 5 into 2 into 3 power 4, that is 81. So the answer is 810. The coefficient of 1 upon x power 7 is 810. Right. With this, we have also completed the binomial series. The next topic, I have clubbed it. The next topic which we are looking forward is differentiation, integration, and further differentiation. The reason that I have clubbed this topic together is because in some questions of differentiation they do ask integration, in integration they do ask differentiation. So the topics, the questions asked are combined, are mixed. So I have also mixed those topics, right? And I think I have taken a lot of examples, around 12 to 13 questions of this particular topic to make you understand. So probably this is going to be the lengthiest topic so far, right? So differentiation and integration. Now first, you need to understand some basic concepts. You need to understand the basic formula. First, let us understand the formulas of differentiation. So for differentiation, if I have an equation y, which is x power n, its differentiation will be n into x power n minus 1. In the same way, if I have equation y is equals to ax plus b power n, then its differentiation is going to be dy by dx is equals to n into ax plus b n minus 1. Right. This is going to be multiplied by a, sorry, multiplied by following the chain rule. This is going to be the differentiation, right? We also have double differentiation, which is d square y by dx square, right? We'll apply the same formula. Based on double differentiation, we have two things. We use dy by dx to find stationary points. Stationary points is the points where dy by dx is 0. You have learned all of this in grade 10th, right? D square y by dx square, we use this to find the nature of the stationary points. If d square y by dx square is greater than 0, then the nature is minima. If it is less than 0, then the nature is maxima, right? We have already gone through all of this in our grade 10. Apart from this, this year they gives us a question f of x equals to something, and they tell you to identify whether this is an increasing function or decreasing function or neither. Now when you say a function is increasing, it means its dy by dx or f dash of x should be greater than 0. Then it is considered as an increasing function. If it is less than 0, then it is considered as decreasing function. And if it is neither, if it is not greater than 0 nor less than 0, then it is considered as neither, right? Now whenever you have to find whether a function is increasing or decreasing, you will have to identify completing the square. Why? Because at the end you are comparing it with greater than 0 or less than 0. The same logic we were using for b square minus 4ac, right? If I have a, let's say I have found an f dash of x and it's completing the square format is something like this, right? So from here I can say for whatever value of x I take, my dy by dx will always greater than 0. Therefore this is an increasing function, right? This is how you are supposed to conclude. So whenever you are finding increasing or decreasing, use completing the square method to find it out, right? Now apart from this, in differentiation you also have rate questions. Rate questions meaning they'll tell you that the rate of change of x is this, rate of change of y is this, find y or find r, right? The rate application based question, right? Rate of change question. See, whenever they say rate, let's say that the rate of coordinate, the rate of y is changing at 3 units, which means dy by dt. Rate always means divide by time. Rate always means divide by time, right? So for rate kind of questions, you need to remember a simple formula, which is dy by dt is equals to dy by dx into dx by dt. This is the formula which you will remember for rate. Now sometimes instead of y and x, they tend to give you volume and surface area. So for volume and surface area, we will simply replace y with volume and surface area, or we will simply replace y with v or s. And in the same question, they would also give you sometimes radius and height. So that is nothing but my x coordinate, right? We will use this formula to find the application based question. I'm not going in too much into depth. I'll only go through the questions, right? You have to remember this formula dy by dt. Rate, dy by dt means rate. Whenever they say rate of volume, so it means dv by dt. Rate of height, which means dh by dt. Rate of anything is nothing but divided by time. You just need to remember that. And remember this formula. This is the basic formula. After that we have integration, right? After that we have integration. Now for integration we have two formula. If we have an integral x power n, this can be written as x raised to n plus 1 upon n plus 1 plus c. Or if we have an integral ax plus b power n, its integral can be written as ax plus b n plus 1 upon n plus 1 plus c, where c is nothing but a constant. C is nothing but a constant. Now guys, the major application of integration is to find area and volume, right? The major application of integration is to find area and volume. Now whenever you are finding area, area is nothing but, let's say this is a curve given to me. and I have been told to find this area under the x-axis, right? So area is also of two types. It is either under the x-axis or it is either under y-axis, right? Let's say this is the area which I am supposed to find. So this is area under the x-axis. So whenever they say to find area under the x-axis means dx, y, and the limits. Let's say the limits are a and b. And when they say area, let's say this part, this is across y-axis. Across y-axis means dy and x. And let's say the limits are a and b, the upper limit and the lower limit, right? This is how you find area. Same way, they also tell you to find volume. They also tell you to find volume. Now, what is volume? Volume is, in volume also there are two major things. The first is volume about x-axis and volume about y-axis. Now, let's say if I have a curve which is like this. Now, if I even rotate this curve by 20 degree about the x-axis, this is going to form a 2D shape. But in our syllabus, we are only concerned with 360-degree rotation. If this figure is rotated 360 degree, right, this is going to sound like a trumpet, or this is going to look like a trumpet, right? So this is the rotation 360 degree about x-axis. So about x-axis, if you have to find volume about x-axis, its formula is, it's about x-axis, it means dx. Here I should get y square, pi, and my limits. If I have to find across y-axis, it means dy, x square, a to b, and pi. X square means I have to make x the subject. Here y square means I have to make y the subject. These are the different formulas which you use in differentiation and integration, right? So let us go through few questions to understand it in a better way, right? I think you have already covered stationary points, which is dy by dx, maxima minima in your grade 10, but still we will go through this question. See, this is a question shown to us. The diagram shows the water container in the form of an inverted pyramid, which is that when the height of the water level is 8 centimeter of the surface of water. Sorry. Also one more thing before I tell you, right? So I think I had found this question a bit. I think I have covered this question. I hope I have covered that question. If I am not, then just remember one thing. See, let's say I have been told to find this gradient, right? This is my gradient. Let's say this is x1 comma y1. This is x2 comma y2. Now, whenever I find gradient of an equation, what is gradient, guys? Gradient is nothing but y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1. Gradient is nothing but y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1. Or you can say change in y by change in x, right? Now, in this triangle, if someone tells me to find tan theta, now guys, what is tan theta? Again, y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1. Opposite upon adjacent. Opposite upon adjacent. So, meaning gradient is nothing but tan theta. Gradient is nothing but tan theta. So, if they tell me that gradient is 2, so I can find the angle of inclination, which is tan inverse of 2. If they say gradient is 3, then I can find the inclination, which is tan inverse of 3, right? So just remember this, because I think I have seen this kind of questions in 2022 and 2023's paper. We'll see if I have covered that or not. Also, in differentiation, apart from the normal questions, let's say what you would be given is equation of a curve, right? Then you would be told to find equation of tangent and equation of normal. Now for tangent, we know that this is a tangent. So this is simply going to be y is equals to mx plus c. But for normal, normal means a point that is 90 degree to the tangent. So for normal, we'll be using the logic which is m1 into m2 is equals to minus 1. We'll be using that logic of m1 into m2 is equals to minus 1 for normal, right? Okay. So with this knowledge, let us solve the questions. The diagram shows a water container in the form of an inverted pyramid, which is such that when the height of the water is h, the surface of water is a square of h by 2. See, this is a square. This is a square of size h by 2. Express the volume. Express the volume of water in the container. So this is a pyramid. So I know the volume of pyramid is 1/3 base area. What is my base here? My base is nothing but square. So base area into height. So volume is h cube by 12. Right? Now water is steadily dripping into the container at a rate. Just remember the word rate. Rate means divide by time. What divide by time? 20 centimeter cube per minute, which means volume. So dV by dt is 20. Find the rate in centimeter per minute. Centimeter means height or radius. So dH by dt, when the water is rising and the height of the water is 10 centimeter, when height is 10, I'll use the formula first, which is dy by dt is equals to dy by dx into dx by dt. Just assume that your y is nothing but v, right? So I have dv. I will rewrite this formula as dv by dt is equals to dv by dh into dh by dt. I have dv by dt. Yes. Do I have dv by dh? No. But can I find? Yes. I have equation of v in terms of h. Just differentiate this. So we have dv by dh is equals to 3h square by 12. In differentiation of h cube is 3h square. This is h square by 4. And the value of h is 10. So 10 square by 4, which is 25. So I have dv by dh is 25 and I have to find dh by dt. So dh by dt is 20 by 25. Right. Next question. The diagram shows the part of a curve. Okay. Y is equals to 4 upon 5 minus 3x. Find the equation of normal. Find the equation of normal to the curve. Normal. At x equals to 1. So I have to find equation of normal. Whenever I have been given equation of curve and I have to find equation of normal or equation of tangent, I have to do differentiation. I have to do differentiation first. So equation of normal is nothing but y is equals to mx plus c. Do I have x and y? Yes, I think x is 1. X is 1. Substitute 1 here. So we have 4 upon 5 minus 3. So y is equals to 4 by 2, 2. So the coordinates I have 1, 2. I have x and y. Do I have gradient? No. Can I find gradient? Yes. How? dy by dx. What does dy by dx give me? dy by dx gives me gradient of the curve or gradient of the tangent. Gradient of curve or gradient of tangent is same. So dy by dx. How do we find dy by dx? I can rewrite this as 4 into 5 minus 3x power minus 1. So I can find dy by dx as minus 4, 5 minus 3x power n minus 1 into differentiation of this, which is minus 3. So 12 upon 5 minus 3x square. So when x is 1, the dy by dx is going to be 12 by 4, which is 3. Right? So the gradient of normal is m1 into m2 is equals to minus 1. So m2 is minus 1 by 3 x plus c. What is x? 1, y is 2. So 2 is equals to minus 1 by 3 plus c. C is equals to 7 by 3. So I have y is equals to minus x by 3 plus 7 by 3. This is, guys, my equation of normal. Right? They could also say find the points where the normal crosses x-axis or the normal crosses y-axis. If it is crossing y-axis, it means x is 0. If it is crossing x-axis, it means y is 0. Next, find the region bounded by the curve. The shaded region is bounded by the curve, the coordinate and the line x equals to 1. Find the volume when the region is rotated 360 degree about x-axis. About x-axis. Now about x-axis means this should be dx and this should be y square and there should be limits. So the limits is from 0 to 1 and pi. Now guys, what is y? Y is 4 upon 5 minus 3x. So y square is going to be 4 upon 5 minus 3x square pi 0 1 dx. So I can rewrite this as 16 upon 5 minus 16 upon 5 minus 3x square pi 0 to 1 dx. Right? Or I can write this 16 into 5 minus 3x power minus 2, 0 and 1. Now let us integrate this. I can write this as 16 5 minus 3x power minus 2 plus 1 upon minus 1 and differentiation of this, which is minus 3, and the limits are 1 and 0. So I have 16 by 3 5 minus 3x, limits are 1 and 0 into pi into pi into pi. So substitute 1. So I have 16 upon 3 5 minus 3 minus 0 16 upon 3 into 5 into pi. So I have pi 16 by 6 minus 16 by 15. Solve this, I think you'll get your answer. Also, always ensure that you use your calculator to check the answer. You use your calculator to check the answer. If you don't know how to check it, let me know in the comment box below. I'll upload a detailed video on how to do integration and differentiation in calculator. Next question. A curve has equation y is equals to 3 plus 12 upon 2 minus x. Find the equation of tangent at the point where curve is crossing x-axis. Find the equation of tangent at the point where curve is crossing the x-axis. The curve is crossing x-axis means y is 0. So I have to find x comma 0. So tangent and curve, which means I have to do dy by dx. Now what is dy by dx, guys? Now dy by dx, I can rewrite this as y equals to 3 plus 12 2 minus x power minus 1. Right, so it's dy by dx is going to be minus 12 2 minus x power minus 2 upon into differentiation of this, which is minus 1. So 12 upon 2 minus x square. Right, now I have the dy by dx, but I want to find equation of tangent. So for this I need m. For me to need m, I need the value of x. How do I find x? I have been given that the curve is crossing x-axis. So in this equation, I'll substitute y as 0. So I have 12 upon 2 minus x equals to minus 3. So I can say minus 4 equals to 2 minus x, x is equals to 6. So I have the coordinate 6 comma 0. So if I substitute 6 here, I have 12, 2 minus 6 is minus 4 square. Minus 4 square is 16 and 12 by 16 should be 3 by 4. So y is equals to 3 by 4 x plus c. Now substitute x as 6, y as 0, we'll find c, which is equation of tangent. Next, a point is moving along the curve in such a way that the x coordinate is increasing at a constant rate. X coordinate is increasing rate, x rate. So dx by dt is equals to 0.04. Find the rate of y coordinate, dy by dt. So dy by dt is equals to dy by dx into dx by dt. dy by dt 0.04. dy by dx when x is 4. So I can substitute here x as 4 here. I can substitute x as 4 here. So I have dy by dx as my dy by dx is 12 upon x minus 4 square. So sorry, x minus 2 square, right? 2 minus x square, sorry. 2 minus x square. So when x is 4, my dy by dx is going to be 12 upon 4, 3. So into 3 is equals to dy by dx. Sorry, not dy by dx, dy by dt. My bad, dy by dt. Right? Next question. Again, the diagram shows the line x plus y equals to 5 and the curve intersecting at point 1 comma 4. Find, showing all the necessary working, the volume obtained when the shaded region is rotated 360 degree about x-axis. Again, about x-axis means dx y square. Limits are 1 to 4. I have to take limits of x-axis. Now there are two equations. The first is line and the second is curve. Now I should imagine which will have higher volume, the line or the curve. The line. Why? Because line is on the top of the curve. So line definitely will have the higher volume. But I want to find volume of the shaded region, which means y square of line minus y square of curve. Now what is y here? 5 minus x. So y square is going to be 5 minus x square minus curve. Y square is 16 by x square. The limits are 1 to 4 pi. So I can rewrite this as 5 minus x square minus 16x power minus 2, 1 to 4 and pi. Now let us integrate this. I can write this as 5 minus x power 3 by 3. Differentiation of this, which is minus 1 minus 16 power x power minus 1 by minus 1. The limits are 4 to 1. So I can write this as 5 minus x power 3 upon minus 3 plus 16 by x. Limits are 4 to 1 into pi. So let me substitute 4 here. So 5 minus 4 cube upon minus 3 plus 16 upon 4 minus 5 minus 1 cube upon minus 3 plus 16 upon 1 into pi. I think from here you can carry it out. Just solve this in your calculator or do the smarter version. Write this much and then what I do is I just substitute the value of, I integrate this in my calculator and directly write the answer, which means this will save me the hassle of making silly mistakes here. Again, equation of the curve is y is equals to 8 root x minus 2x. Find the coordinate of stationary point. Now stationary points means dy by dx is 0. So I can write this as 8x power half minus 2x. So its dy by dx is going to be 8 into half x power negative half minus 2. So dy by dx is 0, which means this is equals to 0. So 4 upon root x minus 2 equals to 0. Right? X power minus half is nothing but 1 upon x power half. This is root. So 2 is equals to 4 upon root x. So I can say root x equals to 2, x equals to 4. So my x is 4. If I substitute x as 4 here, in y I have 8 root 4 minus 2 into 4. 8 root 4 is 16 minus 8. 4 comma 8 is my stationary point. Next, find an expression of d square y by dx and hence or otherwise determine the nature. So d square y by dx square, which means differentiation of this term or differentiation of this term. So if I want to find d square y by dx square, it will be 4 into minus half into x power minus 3 by 2. So this is minus 2 x power minus 3 by 2. Now if I whatever x I place here, this answer is always going to be negative, which means it is going to be less than 0. Therefore it is maximum. The nature is maximum. Okay, I have also find the value of x for which the line y equals to 6 meet the curve. Line y equals to 6 means 8 root x minus 2x equals to 6 meet the curve. So I think this is the first part of algebra. You can assume let root x equals to t. So 8t minus 2t square equals to 6. So I can write 0 is equals to 2t square minus 8t plus 6, or t square minus 4t plus 3 equals to 0. So I think I can split the middle term and I think I can find t minus 3 and t minus 1 equals to 0. T is equals to 3, t is equals to 1. What is t? T is nothing but root x. So x is 9 or x is 1. Next question. Question number 5. A curve is such that dy by dx is minus x square plus 5x minus 4. Find the coordinates of stationary point. Okay. Which means this is equals to 0. So let me just put this into calculator. Minus 1, 5 and minus 4. So I have x as 4 and x as 1. Right. Find the x coordinate of the turning point, which is x is 4, x is 1. Obtain expression of d square y by dx square. So differentiation of this d square y by dx square, which is minus 2x plus 5, and identify the nature of each stationary point. So when x is 4, d square y by dx square will be minus 2 into 4 plus 5, minus 8 plus 5, minus 3, less than 0. Therefore maximum. And in the same way, when x is 1, this is going to be minus 2 into 1 plus 5, minus 2 plus 5, 3 greater than 0. Therefore minimum. Right. For part C, find the equation of curve and the curve is passing through 6 comma 2. See, we have been given, when we have y and we find dy by dx, this is called differentiation. Now if dy by dx is given to me and I have to find equation of curve, it means I have to integrate. So integration of minus x square plus 5x minus 4 will give me y. So now y is minus x cube by 3 plus 5x square by 2 minus 4x plus c. This will always have a constant c. Comment in the box that y is c here. So if I substitute x as 6, y as 2, 2 is equals to minus 6 cube by 3 plus 5 into 6 square by 2 minus 4 into 6 plus c. So I can find 6 cube is, I think, 216 if I'm not wrong. 216 divided by 3 is minus 72. 6 square is 30. 35 is 150. Sorry, 6 square is 36 into 5. 180 divided by 2. That is 90. and 6 4 is minus 24 plus c. So minus 72 plus 90 minus 24. That is c is sorry, 2 is equals to minus 6 plus c is equals to 8. So my final equation is going to be y is equals to minus x cube by 3 plus 5x square by 2 minus 4x plus 8. Next, the diagram shows the curve y is equals to root 5x minus 1, or I can write 5x minus 1 power half. Find the equation of normal to the curve. Normal to the curve means dy by dx. So first we'll have to find dy by dx, which is half 5x minus 1 power minus half into differentiation of this, which is 5 by 2 by root 5x minus 1. At x is 3. Sorry, at x is 2. So when x is 2, dy by dx is going to be 5 by 2. 5 2 is 10, 10 minus 1 is 9. Root 9 is 3. So this is going to be 5 by 6. But this is dy by dx, which means this is gradient of the tangent. I want to find gradient of normal. Gradient of normal is going to be minus 6 by 5. So equation of normal. So y is equals to minus 6 by 5 x plus c. X is 2, y is 3. So minus 12 by 5 plus c. I substitute x as 2 here, y as 3 here. So I have c as 15 plus 12, 17 by 5. Y is equals to minus 6x by 5 plus 17 by 5. This is the equation of normal. Now I have been told find showing all necessary working the area of shaded region. Okay. Here I think the area of shaded region means the area of this curve, this much part of the curve plus area of this triangle, right? Area of curve plus area of triangle. Now what is area of triangle? Area of triangle is nothing but half base into height. I have this is 2. Can I find this point? Yes. What is this? This is my x-intercept of the curve. Do I have equation of the curve? Yes. Can I find x-intercept? Yes. I just need to substitute y as 0. So 0 is equals to minus 6x by 5 plus 17 by 5. So 6x by 5 is equals to 17 by 5. X is equals to 17 by 6. So I have this point as 17 by 6. So I have the base, I have the height. So half base, which is 17 by 6 minus 2 into height, which is 3, plus integration of curve, which is 5x minus 1 power half from the limit 2 to this point. This point is again, what is this point? This is x-intercept of the curve, which means y is 0. Can I find x-intercept of the curve? Yes. So 0 is equals to root 5x minus 1 square on both the sides. 0 is equals to 5x minus 1. 1 is equals to 5x. X is equals to 1 by 5. So this is from 1 by 5. Again, integration of this x, 5x minus 1, 3 by 2 upon 3 by 2 into differentiation of this, which is 5, limits 2 to 1 by 5 plus half base, which is 5 by 6 into 3. I think you can substitute 2, 1.5 and you can get the answer from here. Again, moving on to the next question. The function f of x is such that f of x is equals to 2x minus 1 power 3 by 2 minus 6x. For x less than k less than half. Find the largest value of k for which the function is decreasing. Function is decreasing meaning dy by dx is less than 0. Function decreasing meaning f dash of x is less than 0. Can I find f dash of x? Yes. 3 by 2, 2x minus 1 power half into 2 minus 6. This is less than 0. So I can say 3 into 2x minus 1 power half is less than 6. So 2x minus 1 power half is less than 2. Taking square on both the side, 2x minus 1 is less than 4, 2x is less than 5, x is less than 5 by 2. So the largest possible value of k is 5 by 2. Right? I already said decreasing function means dy by dx less than 0, increasing means dy by dx greater than 0. Right? Let us move to, I think we have 4 more questions, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 5 more questions, and then we will be done with AS level. Whew. Question number 9. The diagram shows the part of the curve y is equals to 6 by x. The point 1, 6 and point 3, 2 lie on the curve. The shaded region is bounded by the line y is equals to 2 and x equals to 1. Find the volume when the shape is rotated 360 degree about y-axis. About y-axis. This is my about y-axis. It is rotated 360 degree about the y-axis. So about y-axis means dx, sorry, dy and x square, right? But guys, see, this is my curve. If I rotate this 360 degree about x-axis, this will give me volume of, I think this is going to be the shape form. So this is going to give me the volume of this whole region. But I don't want the whole region. I want only this much region. So this line has to be subtracted. Now this line, when rotated 360 degree, is going to form a cylinder. This line, when rotated 360 degree, is going to form a cylinder. So what I am supposed to do? There are 2 ways. See, first either do x square of curve minus x square of line. Apply the limits of y-axis, which is 2 and 6, 2 and 6. Multiply the answer with pi. This is the first way. Or the second way could be x square of curve minus volume of cylinder. Right? The cylinder has a radius of 1 centimeter. The height of the cylinder is 4 centimeter. Anything would do. See, I generally tend to avoid this method, so that is why I use this method. This is a generalized format. This will work for every ways. If you are not imagining the cylinder, then this is going to work every time. So x square of curve. So for here I'll have to make x the subject first. So the equation is y is equals to 6 by x. So x will be 6 by y. So x square will be 2 to 6. X square will be 36 by y square minus. Now this is the line when x is 1. So the x square will again be nothing but 1, right? Pi. So this can be written as 36 y power minus 2 minus 1 dy. Limits are 2 to 6 and pi. So that's its integration would be let me just do this over here. 36 y power minus 1 upon minus 1 minus y 6 to 2 and pi. So if I use the limit which is 36 upon 6 minus 6 minus 6 minus 36 upon minus 2 into pi. 36 upon 6 is minus 6. This is pi minus 12 minus this is 36 divided by 2 is I think minus 18. Minus 18 minus 2 is minus 20. So plus 20. So minus 12 plus 20, which is, sorry for this messy work. Just let me do one thing. Minus 12 plus 20 is 8 pi. So this is my final volume, right? Let us do the next part. See, the volume of cylinder the volume of cylinder is pi r square h. Pi r square, which was, the radius was 2, sorry, the radius was 1, so 1 square into height was 4. So 4 pi is the volume of cylinder, right? You can also go by that method. Part B, the tangent to the curve at x is parallel to the line y plus 2x. There is a tangent to the curve, let's say this is the tangent. This is parallel to the line y is equals to minus 2x. Let's say this is the line y is equals to minus 2x. These two are parallel, and this is where my point x is. The tangent to the curve at x is parallel to the line y plus 2x. Show that x lies on the line y is equals to x, which means if I draw a line of y equals to 2x, this x should pass from this line, which means I need to first find this x and I need to show that y is twice of x. Y is twice of x. Now see guys, these two lines are parallel. What is gradient of this line? Gradient of this line is minus 2. So using this equation, which is y equals to 6 by x, I can say dy by dx equals to minus 2, because this is going to be the gradient of tangent, because this is minus 2. This is parallel to the tangent, so both of them are going to be minus 2. So dy by dx will be minus 6 upon x square. This is equals to minus 2. So from here, I think I can say x square as 3. X is root 3. And if I substitute x in this equation, I have y is equals to 6 by root 3. Now, if you substitute this in calculator, this is nothing but 2 root 3. Now this is my point x. What is my point x? Point x is root 3 comma 2 root 3. Right. Now, I think this is passing through the line y is equals to 2x. Why? Because when I substitute y as root 3, x is twice of root 3, which is 2x. Right. So this is passing through the point. Next question. A point is moving along the curve such that the x coordinate is increasing. X coordinate is increasing at a constant rate of 2 units per minute. The equation of the curve is y is equals to 5x minus 1 power half. Find the rate at which y coordinate is increasing. We have to find dy by dt. So we have dy by dt. We have dy by dt as dy by dx into dx by dt. Let us find differentiation. So dy by dx is half 5x minus 1 negative half into 5, which is 5 by 2 root 5x minus 1. Now if I substitute x as 1, I have 5 upon 2, 5 minus 1 is root 4, that is 5 by 4. So I have to find dy by dt, I have dy by dx, and I also have dx by dt. So dy by dt is 5 by 2. As simple as that. Next, find the value of x. Find the value of x when the y coordinate is increasing at a rate of 5 by 8. Y coordinate is increasing means we have dy by dt as 5 by 8. We have dy by dx as 5 by 2 root 5x minus 1. We have dx by dt as 2. I need to find x. So I think this 5 and 5 will get cancelled. This will be 1 times, that will be 4 times. If I do cross multiplication, root 5x minus 1 is equals to This is left hand side, this goes on the right hand side, equals to 8. So 5x minus 1 equals to 64. 5x equals to 65, x is equals to, I think, 13, right? Again, so let us do one more question. Let us first do question number 12. Question number 12 says f of x is 2 upon x plus 2 square. Find integration 1 to infinite f of x. Now this infinite kind of questions, initially they were not asking, but now they are asking. So this is nothing different. We will just integrate this 2 into x plus 2 power minus 2 from 1 to infinity. So integration of this is going to be 2 x plus 2 power minus 1 upon minus 1 infinity to 1, which is nothing but minus 2 upon x plus 2. Limits are infinite and 1. So let us substitute those limit. Minus 2 upon infinite plus 2 minus 2 upon 1 plus 2. Now infinite plus 2 is infinite, and any number divided by infinite is 0, right? Because 1 divided by 10, 1 divided by 1000, 1 divided by 1 lakh, 1 divided by 1 crore, this is almost close to 0, and plus 2 by 3. So the final answer is 2 by 3. Now let us do this question. The diagram shows the part of the curve with equation y is equals to x cube minus 2bx square plus b square x, where a is the maximum point on the curve. Okay, the x coordinate of a is a, the curve has a minimum point b. Show that b is equals to 3a. So these are my maximum and minimum points. So maximum and minimum points, which means dy by dx is 0. So dy by dx is equals to 3x square minus 4bx plus b square equals to 0. Now, how do I solve this? This is where most of the students failed. Guys, you can factorize this. This is x square, this is x, just focus 3, 4. I can factorize this. I can write this as 3x square minus 3bx minus bx plus b square. So if I take 3 and x common, I'll be left with x minus b, and if I take minus b common, again I'll be left with x minus b. So I have x minus b and 3x minus b equals to 0. So x is equals to b and x is equals to b by 3. So I have two values of x. The first is b, which is the minimum point. Second is b by 3, which is the maximum point. Now we know what is b by 3. B by 3 is nothing but a. It is already mentioned. So b by 3 is nothing but a. So I can say b is equals to 3, right? Show. Hence, show the shaded area between the line and the curve is this. So I have to find the shaded area of the line and the curve in Ka power form. So area of line and the curve. I have the equation y is equals to x cube minus 2bx square plus b square x. First, I have to write in the form of a power. So what I will do is I'll first replace this b. I know that b is thrice of a. So I can rewrite this equation as x cube minus 2 into 3a x square plus 3a square into x. So y is equals to x cube minus 6a x square plus 9a square x. This is my equation of y. So I know this is this point is a. Do I have this point? Right, because I need to find the shaded area, which is the area of curve minus triangle. But I don't have the height of the triangle. Right, I know this is a. So let me substitute in this equation. So I have this is my equation now. Let me substitute a here. So y is equals to a cube minus 6a into a square plus 9a square into a. So a cube minus 6a cube plus 9a cube. So 4a cube. So I think I have my x as A and y as 4a. So I have to find area of the shaded region, which is area of curve minus triangle. The area is integration of curve minus triangle. Integration of curve is x cube minus 6ax square plus 9a square x minus area of triangle, which is half base, which is a, and height is 4a cube. And the limits will be from 0 to a. So if I integrate, this will be x square by 4 minus 6a x cube by 3 minus a square x square by 2 minus half, let me make it simple, minus 2 a power 4. Here I'll have to apply the limits of a and 0. So if I'll apply the limits of a, this will be a power 4 by 4 minus 6 a power 4 by 3 minus 9 a power 4 by 2 minus 2 a power 4. Let me solve this in calculator. So we have 1 by 4 minus 6 by 3 minus 9 by 2 minus 2, which is 1 by 4 minus 6 by 3 minus 9 by 2 minus 2. I think I have made a mistake. Just a second. Oh, sorry. This is plus. This is plus. This is plus. This will also be plus. So plus 9 by 2. So 3 by 4 a power 4. This is the area. Right. Now let's do the last question. We have equation of curve, which is y is equals to k root 4x plus 1 minus x plus 5. Find dy by dx. Okay, so dy by dx is going to be k into half 4x plus 1 power negative half minus 1. Right, this is my dy by dx. Find the x coordinate of the stationary points in terms of k. Stationary points means this is equals to 0. So I can say k by 2 root of 4x plus 1 equals to 1. Or I can say k is equals to 2 root 4x plus 1. So k square by 4 is equals to 4x plus 1. K square by 4 minus 1 equals to 4x. K square minus 4 by 16 equals to x. Just let me check whether this is correct or not. I think this is not correct because I have made a small mistake. In differentiation, I have made a mistake. Chain rule, I forgot to apply the chain rule. This is going to be 4. So this is also going to be 4. So this is also going to be 4. This is going to be square of this. So 16. This is going to be this is going to be 4k square is equals to 4x plus 1. 4k square minus 1 by 4 equals to x. Right? This is now given to me. Now let us go to the next part. Given that k is 10.5, find the equation of normal to the curve where the tangent to the curve makes the angle of tan inverse of 2. See, what they are saying is find equation of the normal. Let's say this is my curve. Find the equation of the normal at the point where tangent, let's say this is my tangent, or let's say this is my tangent. Now this tangent is making an angle of tan inverse of 2. Making an angle of tan inverse of 2. I already said, guys, that tangent is nothing but tan theta. Right? So I can write theta is tan inverse of n. So tan inverse of 2, what is tan inverse of 2, guys? Tan inverse of 2 is nothing but the gradient of tangent, right? So I have to find the equation of normal. Equation of normal, which means the gradient of normal will be m1 into m2 is equals to minus 1. So gradient of normal is minus half. So y is equals to minus half x plus c. Problem is I don't have my x and c. Given that case 10.5, find the equation of normal when the tangent makes an angle with the positive x-axis, right? So I have my equation as now. I also have my dy by dx, right? I know that dy by dx is 2, right? Dy by dx is 2. What is my dy by dx, guys? My dy by dx was, just let me write it down here. Dy by dx is 2k, which is 10.5 into upon root of 4x plus 1, 4x plus 1 minus 1. Now guys, this dy by dx is equals to 2, right? Because the gradient of the tangent is 2. I can find x from here. I can rewrite this equation. Let me rewrite this equation. I can rewrite this as 2 into 10.5, I think 21 is equals to 21 upon root 4x plus 1 equals to 3. So this is going to be 7. 7 is equals to root 4x plus 1. 49 is equals to 4x plus 1. 48 is equals to 4x. X is 12. So I have x as 12. If I substitute x as 12 in the main equation, I have y is equals to 10.5 root 4 into 12, 48 plus 1 minus 12 plus 5. So I have y as 10.5 into 7 minus 12 plus 5. That is 66.5. So y is 66.5, x is half, sorry, x is 12. And I know the gradient of normal is negative half, right? So let me just rewrite the points. Gradient is negative half. So y is equals to minus half x plus c. So 66.5 is equals to minus 1 into 12 plus c. So 66.5 plus 6 is equals to c. C is 72.5. So the equation is y is equals to minus x by 2 plus 72.5. Guys, with this we have ended the revision of whole AS level. Now after this, if you still feel that there is something which I have yet not covered, or if you still want further help, or if you want me to go in detail into any topic, let me know. But watch this video before exams. This is going to really help you out ace your AS levels. Bye bye. Have a great day.